please note that we have available both the Lao and Vietnamese interpretation for this meeting, in addition, of course, to English. So for those of you wishing to follow along in Lao or Vietnamese, you just need to go to the settings, the language settings in Zoom, and select the language of your choice. And that will be simultaneous interpretation, both back and forth between English and Lao and English and Vietnamese. So please, if you're having any problems with that, maybe notify through the chat if there are any issues with the interpretation. We'll make sure to resolve those as we go along. We want you all to listen and fully understand. Also, of course, we have some excellent panelists with us today, but we also want to hear questions from the many participants who are joining us from around the world. And so should you have any comments or questions, you can submit those via the chat function in Zoom. And what my colleagues are going to be doing is gathering these questions and putting them together so that we can get through as many as we can near the end of this session. Now, this is the third session of this high-level forum, and we hope that many of you had the opportunity to join in some of these discussions yesterday when there was the opening with the high-level plenary panel or plenary discussion, which looked at ocean global supply chains in times of COVID-19. And then that was followed by a workshop where participants discussed the Vision Zero Fund achievements, challenges, and future plans. And today's session is the first of 3 regional sessions, looking first on the Vision Zero Fund experience in Asia and focusing on the question about how can improved safety and health facilitate access to global supply chains. And so that, with that question in mind, we've brought together an esteemed list of speakers who will be sharing both their experience and their work related to Vision Zero Fund and at the national level over the course of our time today. Now, the objectives of this session are first to share good safety and health practices that have been implemented by the VZF project in countries in Asia, and to look at the benefits that they have brought to stakeholders in terms of safer and healthier workplaces, productivity, and market access. But the second objective of today's session is also to gather views that can inform both national and regional VZF initiatives in topics like agrochemicals, climate change, the promotion of cooperatives, and many others. So it's not just looking back at what has been done and the successes that have been achieved under the Vision Zero Fund projects in this region, but also to really gather your insights and good ideas for how to not only improve, but even build better and do this work better. So as I mentioned, to give shape to this discussion, we have with us today 8 speakers, including researchers. We have ILO Vision Zero Fund project managers, as well as worker and employer representatives from Vietnam, Lao PDR, and the IUF. We also have a number of colleagues, Vision Zero Fund colleagues with us from Geneva who are joining the call. Unfortunately, as many of you can perhaps understand, given the recent events in Myanmar, our expected panelists representing ILO constituents from that country are unfortunately not able to join us today. Our thoughts and best wishes do go out to them during this difficult time. We hope nonetheless to welcome them at our next high-level forum, looking at Vision Zero Fund work. Since the lessons really from Myanmar over the past nearly 4 years of project implementation speak highly of their commitment in advancing OSH outcomes through collective action, and there have been so many worthwhile stories to share. And so through other colleagues today, we will endeavor to highlight these outcomes and these experiences as much as possible from the technical side from Myanmar, but of course there is no replacing their voices on the ground. And so we look forward to the next opportunity where we can welcome them to join forums such as this. So without further ado, and because I am not by any means the most important person or speaker in this event, I want us to move on to our first speaker and the keynote address by Marian Bukiren, who will be giving us a general overview on the socioeconomic significance of OSH in agriculture, with a focus on Asian economies. Now, Marian is a researcher and a value chain development specialist. Since 2012, she has been a consultant with the ILO on various projects related to OSH, child labor, business development services, and cooperatives, including, and importantly for today, working with the Vision Zero Fund teams in Lao PDR and Myanmar. So Marian, we welcome you here and we look forward to hearing the findings from your research. And you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rene. Good day, everyone. Allow me to share with you some of the key highlights of the Vision Zero Fund projects in Asia, particularly in the agriculture sector. In Laos, the project is focused in the coffee industry, and during the recent months has also started to work in the banana subsector. The Robusta beans are mainly sold to Vietnam through border trade, while Wash Arabica beans are exported to Europe, United States, Japan, and others. In Myanmar, the project is working in the ginger subsector with spillover to other crops through work conducted in collaboration with community facilitators, government, and other market actors. Ginger is sold to the border trade through border trade, where price is the most important criteria. It is also exported to Germany, United States, and lately Canada, where buyers and governments demand compliance with certain social and environmental standards. For border trade in both countries, the biggest contribution of occupational safety and health, which I would refer as OSH, is increased efficiency and workers' productivity, which translate to improved price competitiveness. In niche and specialty markets, as well as trade to developed economies, compliance to voluntary social standards, which often include OSH, is fast becoming the norm among buyers and a prerequisite to participation in their supply chains. Farmers with improved OSH practices, particularly in relation to use of chemicals, are now the preferred suppliers of ginger exporters and processors. In Laos, OSH compliance is increasingly becoming more important as coffee exporters and processors are diversifying their markets and moving towards premium and specialty markets. The COVID-19 pandemic has also demonstrated the importance of ensuring the safety and health of farmers and workers as one of the ways of perpetuating business continuity and consistent delivery of required volume. Through shared commitment to safety and adherence to protocols, coffee and ginger exporters are able to continue to operate their businesses. In Laos, export sales of coffee in 2020 was 36% higher than the 2019 figures. Similarly, protecting the safety and health of farmers and farm workers is essential for food security and in ensuring their livelihoods. Trade agreements such as the Vietnam-EU Free Trade Agreement and the Australia-ASEAN-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement also include OSH in the labor standard provisions. In short, markets can provide the incentives or pull for improved OSH practices. Improved OSH practices, on the other hand, can contribute to laying the groundwork for gainful participation in global supply chains. Hazards in the agriculture sector range from chemicals to working with shared tools and machinery, as well as the fact that many people in the industry work alone or in remote locations. The problem, however, is that people do not see something familiar, such as exposure to intense sunlight, as potentially harmful. So the task of the project was to make these hazards more visible to market actors. The Vision Zero Fund project provided the tools to help market actors break away from the premise that the current way of doing things is a given and nothing can be done about it. These assessments help improve understanding of OSH risk and created a shared sense of commitment to safety and health in supply chains. This was an important first step in facilitating OSH improvements across the supply chains. Likewise, root cause analysis of OSH issues was market and situation specific. To begin a dialogue about OSH improvement, the projects needed to identify issues that market actors could readily connect with. In Myanmar, tools caught the attention of farmers. It all started with a photo of a tool rack shared via mobile phone and stories of injuries experienced by farmers and their household members. Households then started building their own version of the tool rack. Interventions were sequenced in such a way that market actors could commit themselves slowly in stages, allowing them to minimize risk and work out any difficulties before proceeding. This helped build confidence and buy-in among market actors. In the Myanmar ginger subsector, where farms are small, these are small, usually like less 5 acres or something, improvements that address the most pressing OSH needs while improving productivity were prioritized. During planting, workers complained of backaches. No? Aside from being in awkward position for a prolonged period, they also had to carry with them big baskets full of rhizomes. One of the solutions adopted by farms was to put the big baskets in strategic locations in the farm while workers carried with them smaller baskets. Standing up to get their supply of rhizomes provided the much needed break from kneeling and stooping positions. OSH solutions to address risk from chemical pesticide exposure range from use of PPE to facilitating shift to organic farming and adoption of good agricultural practices and integrated pest management. Among majority of the coffee plantations in Laos, the focus was on proper handling and application of pesticides as well as the use of PPE. Smaller coffee farms in Laos, particularly those selling to specialty markets, took the organic pathway to address the issue. In Myanmar, transition to organic farming was done incrementally based on the capacity of the market to absorb the production and its viability. Proper use of pesticides became very important in both the ginger and coffee subsectors to meet maximum residue level imposed by the export markets. The Myanmar project also tackled the issue of about the chemical use by building the capacity of community facilitators and progressive farmers to teach their peers how to read input labels, how to diagnose pest problems, and how to implement safe and effective solutions. It also enlisted input retailers to
Marianne,
provide
sorry for
advice.
interrupting, but could you
Yeah.
Could you
Yes.
kindly let Yuka know about which slide on? Can present the slides at the same time.
I'm already in slide 3.
Okay, thank you.
Slide 3, please. Next. Next slide, please. Yes, okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. The Myanmar project also tackled the issue, no? By building the capacity of community facilitators, you would see it there in the slide, and progressive farmers to teach their peers how to read the labels and also how to diagnose pest problems as well as implement safe and effective solutions. It also enlisted input retailers to provide advice to their customers. So disseminating safety information in a variety of ways ensured that as many market actors as possible can hear and understand their messages. Crafting of interventions. Next slide, please. Crafting of interventions aimed at making weeding, pruning, and harvesting in coffee plantations required a careful balancing to ensure that expected benefits will fulfill the interests of workers and farm owners as well as outweigh the cost. It was important that market actors clearly saw what the end goals of the initiatives will be and how these will contribute to meeting their standards and objectives. Next slide, please. More than 80% of trained coffee farmers have implemented the OSH improvements after the training, which included improved workplace organization, physical environment, electrical and machine safety, chemical safety, welfare facilities, and environmental protection. Next slide, please. These are the interventions that were made by the project at the processing and the traders level. This really saved time. This was a win-win solution for both the workers and the traders in terms of saving time and in terms of health benefits. Next slide, please. Yeah. Addressing backaches and other similar injuries suffered by porters and farmers from carrying 60 kilograms, you could see it there, 60 kilograms of ginger initially appeared to be straightforward. This would entail, for example, the use of carts and decreasing the weight. However, making that change was not as simple as it looked. It entailed many discussions with porters, farmers, and processors, including careful consideration on containers and weight that would meet the objectives of all stakeholders, particularly in terms of income, cost, and maintaining product quality. In identifying catalysts for OSH improvement, an important aspect that was taken into consideration both in the ginger and coffee subsectors was the presence of a clear business purpose rather than a charity-driven initiative to ensure a medium to long-term commitment. Yeah, yes, slides okay. Yeah, we can take it out. Yeah, these are the people, yeah, so it's okay. Exposure to occupational risk is highly correlated with vulnerability of employment. Likewise, exposure to occupational risk and its consequences are increased by a number of related working conditions such as contract, wage payment schemes, working hours, membership in trade unions or associations, and access to social protection. Piece rate system, for example, or wages paid according to the amount of product harvested, encourage an intense pace of work that involve heavy loads and other risk factors for injuries. Workers tend to disregard safety in the quest for earning more. Farmers and workers that were not members of unions or associations were more vulnerable to occupational risk than organized workers. Associations or cooperatives served as a mechanism for workers and farmers to negotiate for fair prices and wages, for health benefits and safe working conditions. In farms, work is increasingly being performed by daily and seasonal workers. These workers have limited to no access to social security and other benefits often linked to permanent employment. This situation increases workers' vulnerability to occupational risk and their consequences. Daily workers are at risk of depression and other behavioral health disorders because of low job control and job strain. The high levels of economic stress and employment insecurity they face also have implications for their mental health. Extreme events such as floods, storms, and droughts are becoming more frequent and intense as a result of climate change. These events create risky conditions for workers, for farmers, and all actors in the chain. Rise in temperature can result to increased disease, pests, and weed infestation, which can trigger a surge in the use of pesticides. Supply chain disruptions from climate change can increase the cost or lower the quality or quantity of materials provided to processors. So in other words, building climate change resilience simultaneously advances other goals, including respecting human rights, increasing inclusivity, empowering women, improving the safety and health of workers and communities, and managing supply chain. On another hand, OSH is more important than ever to reduce safety and health risks associated with climate change impact. OSH can also support efforts to improve environmental management. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Marianne, for that rich and concise overview of some of the features of safety and health in agriculture in Asia, with a particular look at some of the features in Laos and Myanmar, and how OSH compliance can be made more visible among market actors, among the many other interesting things you've said. So we'll be looking forward to discussing your findings in the Q&A. So moving now to the panel discussion, we want to start with our next speaker, Ms. Colleen Ryan, who is going to be speaking and presenting rather the results from the Outcomes and Practices Assessment Report from the Vision Zero Fund project in Myanmar. Colleen is a global researcher and monitoring evaluation specialist for the True North Research Group. She has worked for a range of clients in development, public and private sector initiatives across Asia, Africa, and the US. In Myanmar in particular, she was the director of an INGO implementing 2 value chain programs. And more recently, she has worked with the VZF team in Myanmar to publish an outcomes and practices assessment of the project in the country's ginger and garment global supply chains. So Colleen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Renee. Could I please just queue up infographic 1 to begin? So I'll start with an introduction to the Vision Zero Fund project in Myanmar. Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH, in Myanmar supply chains is a 3-year Vision Zero Fund project from May 2017 to April 2020. And this project aims to reduce the number of work-related fatalities and accidents and occupational diseases and support access to mechanisms to adequately compensate victims and their families in the garment and ginger value chains. So in phase 1 of the project, Vision Zero Fund supported OSH trainings at the workplace level, including co-op group trainings for farmers, trainings for partners, and the transfer of knowledge and strengthening collaboration and capacity amongst key stakeholders to mainstream OSH. So I would like to share with you the findings of what I believe to be a highly insightful study that was conducted this past year called the Assessing Outcomes and Practices on Occupational Safety and Health in the ILO Vision Zero Fund Myanmar project, phase 1, from 2017 to 2020. So this is referred to as OPA. And the OPA was a learning exercise that has provided evidence on the factors that have influenced adoption of good OSH practices in phase 1 of the project, which are now being used to help design phase 2, which will include the construction sector. So through several in-depth case studies within both of the supply chains, the OPA was able to identify 4 key themes that you can see here in the image. These underpin the Vision Zero Fund project and help to really illustrate best practices and factors that have influenced adoption of OSH at the workplace level. So these themes, as you see depicted here, are service delivery, productivity, institutional development, and the collective action model. The OPA was able to highlight through these themes what Vision Zero Fund is really all about in Myanmar, which we hope can be useful not only in phase 2, but also in other country contexts. So can I also cue infographic 2, please? To dive a bit deeper into each of these themes, I'd like to draw on some key examples and results from Myanmar. So starting from the top, we're looking here at service delivery, and in terms of service delivery, we're referring to methods and channels for disseminating OSH knowledge and tools that lead to changes in attitude and behavior. So this is mostly OSH training. In addition, we also look at the roles and responsibilities of different actors within the newly developing structure of OSH standards and compliance. So Vision Zero Fund in Myanmar has done a great job at developing a multifaceted approach to knowledge sharing and training to promote greater adoption across the supply chains. And while the project is addressing mainstreaming of OSH across policy and institutional levels, we found that its work on the ground at the workplace level is really where the direct impact is most evident. So specifically, the role of TOT training was found to be highly relevant to the process of bringing about change at the workplace level. And the cascade effect of these trainings is most impactful when driven by local leaders or role models, such as leaf farmers or co-op groups or union workers. So across all these trainings, we found that social influence was found to be highly significant to promoting behavior change amongst farmers. Then moving on to the second theme here of productivity, we're looking at the business case for improved productivity, which results in greater and more sustained impact of OSH measures. So meaning that stakeholders are more likely to adopt OSH measures to a greater extent and in a more sustained way if they believe that this is helping their business, their farm, or their factory in positive ways beyond just health and safety. So improvements in productivity translating to savings in cost and time are changes that beneficiaries are more committed to investing in the long term. And some key lessons from phase 1 of the project in Myanmar is that productivity, Vision Zero Fund has used productivity as an entry point for engaging with employers on OSH improvements and investments. And the project has been quite successful in making the business case, linking OSH to increase productivity down to the workplace level. So for example, certification schemes, market incentives, and the role of farmer co-ops has been instrumental in driving OSH improvements and market access in the ginger supply chain. And embedding of OSH within farmer groups through internal control systems has also led to greater sustainability and compliance within quantity, quality, and certification of ginger exports. So the most significant driving force behind adoption has been demand and compliance on OSH from a buyer, which not only pertains to health and safety, but is also linked to quality and productivity across the production, storage, and transportation process. So also the relationship built between a co-op group and a buyer extends beyond just ginger crops. We found that once trust is established in the group's ability to meet requirements consistently, The farmers have reported increased income from selling additional products and from increased sales value due to higher quality resulting from buyer demands. So beyond productivity, the co-op group members are realizing the benefits of implementing OSH measures beyond better quality and sales. In reducing chemicals, for example, the farmers remark that they've created a safer and more productive working environment. And this is for themselves and their peers. And overall, in the OPA, we found that OSH measures have been adopted to the highest degree, those in which farmers believe strongly in the impact on both safety and productivity. So moving on, institutional development below here, the third theme. Prior research shows a lack of structured attention to OSH in workplaces. This highlights the role and importance of building institutional capacity of committees, groups, and organizations to help lead the implementation of building a new OSH framework. So in Myanmar, a new OSH law was enacted in 2019, which was timed very well with the project, resulting in legal implications that further reinforce adoption and OSH management systems. Additionally, a newly established tripartite National OSH Training Center, which was established, has been significant in contributing to the development of an important technical resource to assist employers and workers to be able to comply with the provisions of this new OSH law and to further strengthen tripartism and social dialogue in Myanmar. And lastly, there's a growing positive impact in promoting changes within the Social Security Board to a more client-centric approach. So these above structures I just mentioned will also help to enforce the new OSH law in agriculture once this comes into force. All right, finally, the fourth and more overarching theme here you can see on the bottom is relating to Vision Zero Fund's collective action model. So the OPA highlights greater sustainability and impact through engagement of multiple stakeholder groups within the new OSH structure, which allows greater standardization, harmonization, and collaboration, resulting in greater impact at all levels. So in our research, we observed a high degree of collaboration and greater embedding and sustainability as a result of ILO's tripartite plus approach, which includes engagement of global companies, national level suppliers, governments, workers and trade unions, civil society, and development agencies. So some key lessons learned and results in regards to collective action is that ILO's consultative approach towards program initiation is key for stakeholder commitment. Second, private sector and international buyers are interested in and have joined the dialogue for collective action and want to be engaged in the project. And lastly, Vision Zero Fund's key role and values in developing a common knowledge base, providing technical support, supporting local leadership, and facilitating dialogue is highly effective. This facilitation of joint dialogue, priority setting, ownership, local leadership is what really has led to this collective action. For example, there were 2 Ginger stakeholder events held in October 2017 and May 2019, which brought together various key actors, including farmers, input retailers, traders, processors, buyers, and government, to discuss a long-term vision for the ginger subsector and the role of OSH in achieving greater collective objectives. So several benefits came from each of these 2 events. From the first event, the project was able to achieve transparency in the value chain. Farmers had a greater understanding of the potential for their products to reach international markets and the role that OSH plays in this, and several linkages were established between value chain actors. And then the second event brought market deals with international buyers, linkages between the co-ops and a local buyer, as well as more buy-in from traders and willingness to differentiate their products and upgrade their workplaces. So through each of these 4 high-level themes, the OPA found in phase 1 of the Vision Zero Fund project in Myanmar, greater and more sustained impact across both ginger and garment supply chains, with benefits at each level further strengthened and an OSH embedded system being developed in a more sustainable way. So that is a very quick overview of some of the many insights and lessons learned from the OPA study. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much, Colleen, for that really good summary of the OPA report findings. I draw attention in particular to your points about social influence for promoting behavioral change. And I think no doubt the role of the social partners and other actors is key there. The link between OSH improvements and productivity, I think that was a key lesson it seemed that emerged from the study, and the role of buyer influence in driving OSH changes. No doubt this is part of the global supply chain dynamic. So thank you again for that. And we'll no doubt have opportunities in the Q&A to dive further potentially. I noticed there are yet no questions in the Q&A function, but part of this might be related to my poor guidance. I told all of you that you should put your questions in the chat box. In fact, there is a Q&A box or Q&A function specifically designed for your questions, and they can be answered even in that function. So please do write in as many questions as you have there. We have 125 participants, so I'm sure there's lots of questions to be asked. Building off of Colleen's presentation, we're now going to dive a bit more in depth to the experience in Myanmar with Ms. Mariana Infante, who is the project manager of the Vision Zero Fund project in Myanmar. And she's going to reflect on the OPA findings discussed by Colleen and look at the perspective and potential lessons that can be drawn. Mariana is a senior technical officer with the ILO's Office Liaison Office in Myanmar, where she has managed the Vision Zero Fund project since 2017. Before joining the ILO, Mariana worked for the World Bank, focusing on Myanmar and Cambodia, and consulted for the Asian Development Bank, as well as the UNDP. Mariana holds a degree in economics and a master's in development and planning from the University College of London. Mariana, we're glad that you're here with us, and you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Renee. I'll try to make good use of them. I will not attempt to discuss the project from the perspective of our beneficiaries. I think they can do that themselves through some quotes that we have brought in. And we, as you said, we hope that they can join us in a subsequent event. So maybe can we put some of the quotes right now on screen so that the participants can see some of the voices from our beneficiaries in terms of the project impact and benefits. I will discuss some perspectives from the project implementation side of things. I think that yesterday we saw in the survey at the last workshop that attendants really want more Vision Zero Fund country projects, and we have some new projects also in the region. So I think some of these lessons can be helpful for these new projects and also for our phase 2 that we are already working on since May 2020. I will use the same framework as Colleen used: service delivery, business case and productivity, institutional development, and collective action. On service delivery, I think one of the most important operational lessons that we have is the importance of building trust with our project beneficiaries, with our constituents on the ground. We need to build credibility for our project with our local stakeholders. So we have a project national officer based in Taungji, the capital of Shan State, our colleague Koman Tok, and he has built a lot of trust with local stakeholders. He speaks local languages and has built good relationships with the different ethnic groups in the region. And that has been a key ingredient to find the recipe for success and bring impact of our different project activities. He has engaged with trade unions, with farmers, with employers, with input retailers, with the Department of Agriculture in the Shan State, with processors, with traders, with civil society organizations, with development partners, and all those have contributed a lot to the success of the project. So I think that recipe of building trust with people on the ground is key. In terms of the business case, I have to confess that we started this activity thinking that we needed to speak the language of the employers and needed to engage with them at that level. But we didn't really count on the success that the business case for OSH and the emphasis on productivity would also have with workers and with trade unions and worker representatives. They have completely contributed and brought that perspective into their own discussions as part of OSH committees. And Colleen discussed a bit this from the agricultural perspective, but we have also had a good rapport with between employers and workers in the garment sector. And this business case and productivity angle has helped build that social capital, that trust, also to take on board more complex issues. And we're also seeing that not only between employers and workers, but also between different actors of the value chain. For example, input retailers and farmers. I mean, what is the business case for input retailers to promote safer use of agrochemicals? There is a huge business case there. And we are also exploring how to use these kind of social capital and trust build within the productivity angle to tackle more complex issues in the agricultural sector and in the safe use of agrochemicals. We're doing this through our collaborator, Dr. Vasundhara Verma, who's working with us on these new steps based on the OPA report. On institutional development, having a legal framework definitely helps a lot, and it helps anchor some of the work that we do at the highest levels. But it's also important for us not to be too subsequent, to expect only the legal framework to help us build this sustainability. It is very important for us to work in parallel on the ground and at the legal level, because work on the ground will also help implement that legal framework and would also help inform that legal framework, which usually takes time to develop and to evolve. So it is very important to have concrete work on the ground with constituents to ensure that the developments of the legal framework are actually implementable. And of course, in terms of employment injury insurance, that has been a very important piece of work for us, because it also tells us that the legal reform process is not the only way of having a good legal framework that works for workers. On employment injury insurance, the operational lessons have been taken to improve the implementation of the scheme, and they have brought lots of decreases in time spent to process complaints. They have built a much better service delivery approach through the work we do with the Social Security Board. And on collective action, my last very quick point, the Vision Zero Fund role is very important for collective action. We need to bring transparency, but we also need to promote that communication between value chain actors, so that the collective action model works for everyone on the ground. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Now we're going to move over to Lao PDR and the project there, and to the intervention from Ms. Christina Kurtz, who is the ILO Chief Technical Advisor for the VZF project in Vietnam, which is upcoming, but she spent the past 3 years running the project in Lao PDR. Christina has 10 years of experience managing technical cooperation projects with the ILO, including the Better Work program in Lesotho, which is focused on the garment sector, the global supply chain garment. Her areas of expertise include OSH, labor standards, social dialogue, and global chains, and she has a master's degree in development finance. So Christina, please do share with us your experience in Lao PDR. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, René, for the introduction. It is my pleasure to be part of this panel today. So in my brief presentation, I would like to share with you emerging good practices in multi-stakeholder dialogue and OSH service delivery from our work with the Vision Zero Fund project in Lao PDR in the coffee supply chain. So this project has a duration from July 2018 until March 2021. So it's ending soon, and it has a funding contribution from the EU. So it was one of our key interventions to develop a targeted approach to OSH improvements at provincial level in Champasak province, which is a regional center of coffee production in Lao PDR. So at a very early stage of the project, we set up a stakeholder working group, including representatives of government agencies, employer and worker organizations. And this group built very strong ownership in this project and was involved actually in all steps of project implementation at provincial level. So they were substantial in shaping further our project activities in the supply chain. And this included the development of training material, the development of a training rollout strategy. It also included the launch of an information campaign on social security benefits for smallholder farmers. So own account farm workers, they can be part of the social security scheme as voluntary members. And by being a member, they would be entitled to access benefits also in case of a loss of working capacity due to a workplace accident. And then this group recently was also involved in the implementation of a campaign and initiative to promote chemical safety among agriculture input shops and among coffee farmers. So all elements of this initiative, which included a baseline survey in agriculture chemical shops and the development of training material, awareness raising material, and also the delivery of training, was actually planned and implemented by this group. And so this strong ownership really led to effective implementation of the project on the ground. And now looking at the positive results overall that this collective approach had, first of all, I would like to mention that really OSH awareness was institutionalized. So members of the group, when the project started, really had low awareness on the importance of OSH. But now towards the end of the project, they fully understand the importance of OSH, and there is a strong interest also to replicate good OSH practices in other agriculture subsectors. And second, dialogue and cooperation between the tripartite plus partners will not only benefit for any further discussion on OSH, but also to discuss other decent work topics in the future, such as child labor, labor contract issues, or payment issues. Then the second point I would like to highlight is emerging good practices that we developed as regards OSH training delivery. So actually what we did first was to do a training of trainer course on OSH for key institutional stakeholders in Champasak province. And this approach helped us to develop, first of all, a technical knowledge base among key stakeholders, but also to create a supportive environment for all further project activities, because there was an improved understanding of what OSH means. And then the Agriculture Research Institute under the Ministry of Agriculture was identified as the best suitable training provider for OSH improvement training for coffee farmers. And they did not only conduct training, but they also conducted, follow-up visits to document OSH improvements at farm household level and also to provide further advice. And in addition, the project conducted refresher training for farmers so that they had also the opportunity to strengthen the OSH skills further. So then the results were as follows. So Marianne Bokren, she mentioned in her keynote speech that 80% of our trained farmers, they have implemented OSH improvement measures, but they also have started to share their, the experience, the OSH knowledge with other farmers, in their village. So here the aspect of community influences is becoming very important. They also reported in focus group discussions an improvement of their productivity, for instance, due to more regular breaks, an increase in water intake, or the better organization of workstation and tools to not only avoid workplace accidents, but also improve workflows. So Renee gave me the sign, my time is up. Before Mr. Seng Chan, from the Vice President of Silao Coffee Association will share with you his experience from the association's view on, how the association could improve on institutional development with respect to OSH. We would like to show you a short video to illustrate the Vision Zero Fund project's work in Laos in the coffee sector.
กินแต่เฉพาะเฮาชาวโลกกับเฮาผู้แล้วก็มีชื่อมีเสียงแต่ก็เลยเฮ็ดให้เฮานี่ภาคภูมิใจที่สุดกับสวนกาแฟแต่ก็มักบ่เรื่องอาชีพชาวสวนนี่มันก็ทุกอย่างบ่จังซั่นนับแต่เริ่มสิปลูกจนฮอดจอบ
Coffee has become one of the most important agricultural export products for Laos PDR. The production of green coffee beans represents a main source of income for about 24,000 farm households on the Bulavan Plateau in southern Laos, where more than 90% of the country's coffee is grown. For smallholders in Laos PDR, the integration into the global coffee supply chain comes with opportunities and risks.
แต่ละปีก็ราคากาแฟก็บ่คือกันปีบางปีก็เป็นราคาเนาะบางปีก็บ่เป็นตกต่ำมาคือปีนี้ก็กาแฟก็มาก็บ่มีแล้วก็ราคาก็บ่อยากเป็นปานใด
วันนี้มันเอาไว้บ่ไหลก็คือเขาเฮายังว่ามันราคามันตกเฮาก็ปาไปกินกาแฟเฮาก็กินบ่เบิดเลยจำเป็นถืออะไรขาย
The price for coffee depends on worldwide demand and supply trends, and gains in farm productivity are important to stabilize and improve income from coffee. However, gains are difficult.
So yeah, we're just going to try to remove the automatically generated subtitles by YouTube, which are covering up the other subtitles. I think you'll need to go out of full screen mode and select it separately. I think it's in the top right corner usually of the YouTube screen. While they're attending to that, I just want to apologize to the participants that one of the slides earlier, the quotes during Mariana's presentation was a bit small and a bit blurred. So don't worry, we're going to use materials whether by email or putting them on the High Level Forum website, so you'll be able to have all of that. Colleagues in Geneva, any luck on the video, or should we proceed?
We're working on it. 2 seconds.
Okay. So perhaps, I don't know, Christina, if you want to, in the meantime, give a bit further context, because I know the 5 minutes is very short. Don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
กินแต่เฉพาะเฮาชาวโลกกับเฮาผู้แล้วก็มีชื่อมีเสียงแต่ก็เลยเฮ็ดให้เฮานี่ภาคภูมิใจที่สุดกับสวนกาแฟแต่ก็มักบ่เรื่องอาชีพชาวสวนนี่มันก็ทุกอย่างเว้าจังซั่นนับแต่เริ่มสิปลูกจนฮอดจอบ
Coffee has become one of the most important agricultural export products for Laos PDR. The production of green coffee beans represents a main source of income for about 24,000 farm households on the Bulavan Plateau in southern Laos, where more than 90% of the country's coffee is grown. For smallholders in Laos PDR, The integration into the global coffee supply chain comes with opportunities and risks.
แต่ละปีก็ราคากาแฟก็บ่คือกันปีบางปีก็เป็นราคาเนาะบางปีก็บ่เป็นตกต่ำมาคือปีนี้ก็กาแฟก็มากก็บ่มีแล้วก็ราคาก็บ่อยากเป็นปานใด
วันนี้มันเอาไว้บ่ไหลก็คือเขาเฮายังว่ามันราคามันตกเฮาก็ปาไปกินกาแฟเฮาก็กินบ่เบิดได้จำเป็นถือก็เลยขาย
The price for coffee depends on worldwide demand and supply trends, and gains in farm productivity are important to stabilize and improve income from coffee. However, gains are difficult to achieve in an environment where working conditions pose risks to the farmer's safety and health.
ถ้าเฮาเฮ็ดหลายบาทเดียวบางทีเฮาเจ็บเป็นเฮาก็ไล่เทื่อเดียวแล้วก็เบิดไปเลยฉะนั้นเฮาต้องมาปรับปรุงแก้ไขปัญหาตัวนี้ของชาวสวนเฮานี่นะ
กระสอบหนึงนี่สมมุติว่ากระสอบกำมลงามเนาะกำมลงามที่เขาใส่ในกระสอบหนึงประมาณ40กิโลแล้ว40กิโลแล้วบัดนี้ถ้าว่าเฮาย่อหรือว่าเฮาจมแบบบ่ถูกวิธีนี่มันก็ถือว่ามันก็กระทบกับสุขภาพของเฮาปัญหาที่2มาสวนเฮาถ้าว่าสวนมันหกแดเฮากับปัญหามันก็1พวกขี้เข็บพวกงู
Branches of coffee trees are common resting places of snakes, which are often venomous.
เป็นงูเป็นหยังก็เบิดบ้านก็เห็นอยู่ครบผู้นึงเทื่อก็2ปี3ปีจะเห็นนึงมามันเป็นงูจงอางจงหยังไปซับบาดเดียวก็ตายเลยหมออีหยังก็บ่อยู่เพราะว่านึงมาของหมอเฮาไกลฉะนั้นแหละจังว่าอ้ายน้องแต่ละคนต้องมีสติตัวนี้
Also, working with cutting tools and machines during land clearance and weeding, and exposure to intense sunlight for long hours, are among the workplace hazards and risks that farmers need to manage. To help them mitigate these risks, the ILO's Vision Zero Fund project is conducting safety training workshops for coffee farm workers on the Bulawan Plateau.
เนื่องจากว่าเขาผลิตผ่านมาหันส่วนหลายก็คำนึงถึงเทคนิคว่าเฮ็ดแนวใดสิได้ผลผลิตหลายเฮ็ดแนวใดสิกาแฟสิมีคุณภาพดีแต่บ่ได้คำนึงว่าเฮ็ดแนวใดตัวเองสิมีสุขภาพดีเนาะซึ่งว่าหัวข้อตัวนี้มันเป็นหัวข้อที่ว่ามีความสำคัญและก็จำเป็นอย่างยิ่งเนาะที่ว่าเฮาต้องได้เรียนรู้ตรงในท้ายโทษให้เขาเพื่อให้เขารู้จักวิธีการป้องกันตัวเองจากการผลิตในทุกๆขั้นตอนนับแต่เริ่มแต่กาเบี้ยพุ่นเนาะมันก็มีความเสี่ยงทางด้านเทคนิคต่างๆการนำใส่อุปกรณ์การนำใส่ยาเคมีต่างๆเนาะจนหอดขั้นตอนการส่งออกการยกการย่อ
Coffee farmers trained by the Vision Zero Fund have adopted good practices that make their working environment safer and healthier and improve productivity. The training will also help farmers to meet the requirements of international buyers and certification schemes that integrate safety and health as well as environmental standards in their requirements. Participation in such schemes will open up opportunities for farmers to access markets that pay higher prices for certified coffee.
ตะกี้เฮาบ่ได้ผ่านมีแต่ว่าเฮาอยากแล้วเฮาก็บ่ได้คิดคนึงถึงสุขภาพเฮาเองมีแต่ว่าเฮาแล้วก่อนก็ถือว่าโอเค
And thank you to the project for having prepared that video to supplement the work that you're doing and describe the work that you're doing in Lao. Now we can speak directly to one of the social partners from the Lao Coffee Association. Mr. Senchan Kamunta is joining us from Lao and is the vice president of that coffee association, where he has more than 20 years of experience in coffee cultivation and in the export business with coffee. And he also holds an MBA. So Mr. Senchan, you have 5 minutes. Welcome to the forum. And if you just kindly unmute yourself, then we'll be able to.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm sorry. Just to, I apologize. I forgot to mention that he will be speaking in the Lao language. So for those following along in English, you may need to go and choose English specifically from the language interpretation option within Zoom. My apologies, sir. Please go ahead.
เจ้าข้าพเจ้าแสงจันทร์คำมุทาเนาะก็เป็นรองประธานสมาคมกาแฟลาวเจ้าแล้วก็ได้เฮ็ดเวียกกับสมาคมกาแฟลาวมานี่ตั้งแต่ปี1998แล้วก็ข้าพเจ้าก็มีบริษัทเป็นของส่วนตัวแล้วก็ได้ปลูกกาแฟประมาณ300กว่าเฮกตาร์แล้วก็ได้เฮ็ดการส่งออกนำเนาะดังนั้นข้าพเจ้าคิดว่าการร่วมมือหลังจากที่ว่าตั้งแต่โครงการVision Zero Fund ได้เข้ามาร่วมมือกับทางโครงการสมาคมกาแฟลาวหั่นแล้วก็ได้ร่วมมือกับทั้ง3ฝ่ายทั้งกระทรวงแรงงานสวัสดิการสังคมแล้วก็มีทั้งสหพันธ์กรรมบาลแล้วก็มีสภากาอุตสาหกรรมแห่งชาติที่ร่วมมือกันเพื่อเฮ็ดจังได๋เฮ็ดเฮาได้เขาเอิ้นว่าเฮ็ดให้กันลดผ่อนความปลอดภัยทางด้านแรงงานทางด้านความปลอดภัยทางด้านสุขภาพแรงงานให้กับชุมชนหันดังนั้นทางสมาคมกาแฟลาวก็เลยว่าได้จัดตั้งปฏิบัติตั้งแต่เริ่มการร่วมมือตั้งแต่2018มาเนาะทางสมาคมกาแฟลาวเฮาก็ได้ฝึกอบรมให้กับทางบริษัทใหญ่ๆเพราะว่าสมาคมกาแฟลาวพวกเฮานี่เขาแนะนำทางสมาคมกาแฟลาวพวกเฮาจะมี3แขนงการที่จะเป็นสมาชิกเฮา1ก็คือผู้ปลูกเซาสวนขนาดน้อยเป็นสหกรณ์แล้วก็เป็นบริษัทใหญ่ๆแล้วก็ผู้ปรุงแต่งขนาดน้อยผู้ขัวขนาดน้อยแล้วก็มีโรงงานขนาดใหญ่ผู้ส่งออกก็คือผู้ค้าเทรดเดอร์เนาะตัวนี้ทั้งนั้นทั้งบริษัทใหญ่ๆทั้งนี้พวกเขาก็ได้ฝึกอบรมเป็น TOT ให้เขาเจ้าก่อนเนาะทั้งสมาคมเฮาได้ร่วมกับทางแผนกงานสวัสดิการสังคมแขวงได้ฝึกอบรมให้ทั้งเป็น TOT แล้วทางบริษัทเขาเจ้าจะไปฝึกให้ทั้งสมาชิกของบริษัทเองแต่ในนั้นวันนี้พวกที่ว่าชาวบ้านชาวสวนกสิกรรมขนาดน้อยหรือสหกรณ์คันสหกรณ์ปุ๊บสมาคมหั่นก็ต้องได้ฝึกอีกวันนี้ตึงได้ใช้ครูฝึกจากศูนย์ค้นคว้ากสิกรรมภาคใต้เป็นอาจารย์ฝึกให้เฮาฝึกไปแต่ละบ้านเนาะฝึกแต่ละบ้านเดี๋ยวนี้พวกเขาได้ฝึกมานี่ประมาณเกือบ10 กว่าหมู่บ้านแล้ว20หมู่บ้านเนาะแต่ถ้าคิดเฉลี่ยเป็นเปอร์เซ็นต์ที่เฮาฝึกมาหั่นมันก็ได้น้อยเพราะว่าเมืองปากซองผู้เพียงบริเวณนี่มันจะมีประมาณ 24,000 ครอบครัว24,000 ครอบครัวเนาะดังนั้นพวกเขาก็ได้แค่ 20% ที่พวกเขาฝึกไปเดี๋ยวนี้นี่แต่ว่าผลประโยชน์ที่ชาวสวนได้รับจากการฝึกออสนี่เขาเจ้าฮู้จักหลายเกี่ยวกับความปลอดภัยทางด้านแรงงานเพราะว่าผ่านมาเขาเจ้าหั่นเฮ็ดไปตามมีตามเกิดการบ่ได้ใช้การเครื่องป้องกันตนเองแม้กระทั่งการตัดหญ้าการปลูกการอีสังต่างๆเนาะการเขาเอิ้นว่าเขาเจ้าใช้สารเคมีเขาเจ้าก็บ่ได้ใช้ป้องกันด้วยตนเองบ่มีเสื้อบ่มีเครื่องมือบ่มีแมสใส่ไว้เขาเจ้าก็ฝึกไปหลังจากฝึกแล้วเขาเจ้าฮู้จักวิธีใช้แล้วก็ฮู้จักวิธีแยกเครื่องมือต่างๆหั่นเนาะตามที่ว่าทางอาจารย์สอนให้เรื่องออสหั่นเขาเจ้าก็เลยมีผลประโยชน์หลายตัวสำหรับชาวสวนหั่นแต่ถ้าบริษัทใหญ่ๆเขาเจ้าก็บ่มีปัญหาเพราะทางบริษัทใหญ่เขาเจ้าจะฝึกให้กับกลุ่มประจำเขาเจ้าหั่นมันจะง่ายเนาะตัวนั้นเนาะแต่ว่าค่ะทางอนาคตภาคใกล้ๆนี้เนาะโครงการก็จะหมดแล้วดังนั้นเพื่อเฮ็ดจังได๋เพื่อให้มันยืนยงทางสมาคมกาแฟลาวก็ต้องได้เฮ็ดจังได๋เพื่อมันประสบผลสำเร็จในโครงการตัวนี้ดังนั้นทางพวกเฮาก็ต้องได้เตรียมพร้อมต้องได้ฝึกให้กับชาวสวนอีกตื่มประมาณหลายๆหมู่บ้านที่บ่ได้รับการฝึกแล้วพวกเฮาก็อยากมีแผนขยายขึ้นไปในอนาคตมอนี่แผนขยายขึ้นไปทางภาคเหนือเพราะว่ากาแฟอยู่ประเทศลาวนี่มันไม่ปลูกอยู่ทางภาคเหนือนำแต่เดี๋ยวนี้พวกเขาเฮ็ดอยู่แต่เฉพาะเขตภาคใต้เนาะดังนั้นพวกเขาต้องได้ไปฝึกภาคเหนืออีกพวกเขาก็ต้องการพวกเทคนิควิชาการต่างๆไปสอนครูฝึกต้องได้ไปสอนพวกเขาต้องเตรียมการเฮ็ดแนวใดเพื่อจะให้ความยืนยงของโครงการตัวนี้จะยืนยงต่อไปเพราะชาวสวนผ่านมาเขาเจ้าบ่มีความรู้ทางด้านนี้แต่ว่าถ้าเขาเจ้าได้รับความรู้แล้วเขาเจ้าก็จะมีสุขภาพที่ดีคันมีสุขภาพที่ดีปุ๊บเพราะว่าเขาเจ้าก็จะได้เฮ็ดออกให้งานแล้วก็ได้ผลผลิตหลายๆเพราะว่าชาวสวนนะครับผลกระทบหลายอย่างแม้กระทั่งราคากาแฟตกต่ำเนาะการเปลี่ยนแปลงทางด้านดินฟ้าอากาศมันก็มีปัญหาหลายๆอย่างแล้วก็ทางด้านสุขภาพอีกเนี่ยเขาเจ้าบ่รู้จักการป้องกันมันมีปัญหาเรื่องสุขภาพนี่เป็นปัญหาใหญ่เดี๋ยวนี้นี่ก็โครงการของทางเขาเอิ้นมากองทุนประกันสังคมเข้ามาชาวสวนเขาเจ้าก็อยากเข้ามาประกันสังคมแบบสมัครใจ เดี๋ยวพวกเขากำลังสุกยิ้วส่งเสริมเขาเจ้าให้เขาเจ้าเข้ามาเฮ็ดแบบใดเพื่อให้มันประกันสังคมเวลาเขาเจ้ามีปัญหาเรื่องเรื่องบ่ได้ออกให้งานบ่ได้มีปัญหาเกี่ยวกับขาดสุขภาพในงานเขาเจ้าจะได้เงินสดเชยเขาเจ้าจะได้ไปห้องหมอกันติดปัวฟรีหันดังนั้นตัวนี้ก็เป็นโครงการหนึ่งที่พวกเขาก็สนับสนุนให้ทางสมาชิกของพวกเขาได้ครับประกันสังคมแห่งชาติตัวนี้เนาะแล้วถ้าหากว่าพวกเขาหากมีเงินหรือว่ามีทุนสืบต่อในการฝึกอบรมตั้งแต่เหนือฮอดใต้นี่ข้าพเจ้าคิดว่ามันยังหลายแขนงการที่ต้องการความรู้หรือความปลอดภัยทางด้านสุขภาพในงานยังหลายข้าพเจ้าคิดว่าพวกเขาก็จะพยายามเฮ็ดแนวใดเพื่อให้มันได้รับการอบรมหมดทุกแขนงการให้มันทั่วถึงกันเนาะเจ้าข่าวเจ้าก็มีคำเห็นน้อยๆเท่านั้นเจ้าขอบใจหลายเจ้า
Thank you very much, Mr. Seng Chan, for sharing the experiences from the coffee sector, from the employer's point of view. Much appreciated. I'm going to now pass it back to Christina, who wears two hats as the former CTA for Laos, but also the CTA for an upcoming project in Vietnam, to both introduce the planned work in Vietnam and also to introduce the social partners who are speaking with us here today. Christina.
Thank you very much, Renee. Indeed, we are currently doing, preparation activities for an upcoming project in Vietnam to improve safety and health in the coffee supply chain in Vietnam in cooperation with the public and private sector. And this project is funded by the EU, but also by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, Germany. So, while this project is still at a very early stage where we are, conducting OSH research and baseline studies, I am very happy that we have here with us today two representatives from Vietnam, from the Vietnam stakeholder side. And this is Mrs. Chan Thi Lan An. She is the Director General of the Bureau of Employers Activities with the Vietnam Chamber of Industry and Commerce. And we have also Miss, one second, Thai Quynh Mai Dung. She is the Director General of the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor and from the International Relations Department. So they both will now have a short contribution. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. I'll hand it over now to Ms. Lanang for 5 minutes. The floor is yours, Ms. Lanang, if you could kindly unmute yourself.
Thank you, Rene. It's my honor to represent VCSAN, this global high-level Vision Zero Forum, to share some brief information from employers' perspective on the project. So, as you know, that Vietnam is the country which is open to trade and favorable investment climate, and a large pool of reliable labor that attracts large FDI inflows. And Vietnam has signed 15 FTAs. Among them are the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, and the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreements, EVFTA, which are expected to boost the national economy and create millions of jobs and contribute to sustainable development. And Vietnam coffee products has been exported to more than 80 countries and territories, accounting for 14.2% of the global coffee bean export market share, ranked second after Brazil. And the value of coffee exports is around $3 billion per year, accounting for over 10% of the country's total agricultural exports. And the coffee sector directly employs around 600,000 workers. And in harvesting season, it's rising to 800,000. The sector provides a livelihood for about 2.6 million people. But small farmers' household account for about a very large proportion, about 95% of Vietnamese coffee production. And however, in order to take advantage of the opportunities that FTA offers, it is must to emphasize the importance of Vietnam's labor commitment in the new generation free trade agreements. Accordingly, the exporters need to comply with the national labor law and the international standards, labor standards. That also includes the harsh issues. For example, you know that under the EVFTA, as indicated in the Chapter 13, Trade and Sustainable Development, parties also commit to adhere to multilateral labor standards and agreements, just as any commitment Vietnam has with the ILO. For example, one commitment is to ratify Convention 155 and to promote decent work. And and promoting harsh in the coffee supply chain is such response to that. And you all know that also good harsh practices in agricultural sectors and also particularly in coffee productions also can promote labor productivity. Also, in addition, the current situation in Vietnam on harsh is lack of reliable data on accidents, injuries, and deaths, and that continue to be concerned in our country. Since only 10% of the enterprises report occupational accidents to the government, the real number of accidents and injuries is likely to be far higher, and in particular in SMEs and informal workplaces. So by joining the Vision Zero Funds project, the adoption of good harsh practices might help coffee producers in Vietnam to fulfill the harsh requirements embedded in certification schemes in coffee sector that makes easier ways to access to consumer markets that value such certifications like Europe and US customers, and also pay higher prices for certified coffee. And VCCI as a national employers organization, as direct beneficiary of the VZF project, as well as involved in its implementation, it is important to us to strengthen our institutional capacity on harsh in the coffee supply chain, including service delivery on harsh to our members, and also expand to other agriculture product supply chain. And lastly, the VZF project will also open up opportunities for VCCI to engage in multi-stakeholders dialogue. For example, with the government of Vietnam, the trade union, and other stakeholders in the country and also in the supply chain to promote the sustainable coffee production in Vietnam, including the harsh issues, which has become one of the key topics for producers in the light of climate change challenges, price fluctuations, and additional challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic based on VCCI expertise. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lanang, for that good introduction to the work that you are doing and the employers are doing in Vietnam. Before we hear from the trade union, Vietnamese trade union, I want to encourage again participants, attendees to submit questions through the Q&A function. We've had a few. Because as with all these events, we are running short on time, I'm afraid that the Q&A session might be abbreviated. So the more questions you can submit in the Q&A function and the more answers that that the panelists can write in response, I think we can have a parallel discussion going that will allow you to have your questions answered without having to wait to the very end. So please, I encourage you to do that. So moving now to the workers in Vietnam, we have with us Ms. Tay Queen Mai Dung, who is the Director General of the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor, of the International Relations Department, rather, of the VGCL. In this work, she is responsible for all ILO-related matters, including development cooperation with ILO programs and projects. So that would include the Vision Zero Fund project planned for the country. She's an active member of Vietnam's Decent Work Country Program, tripartite working group, and a key partner in implementing the Decent Work agenda in Vietnam. And we're glad to have her here. So Ms. Mai Dung, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Robert. Can you hear me? Because the
yes, go ahead.
Issue seems to be very serious here.
You sound fine.
Several times. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. And because we have Ms. Lan from BCCI has a very overall introduction of the OSH in Vietnam, particularly in the coffee area. So I like to focus on the role of VGCL and in this aspect. And you may know that the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor, the VGCL, is entrusted with the representation of the interests of workers, which includes their right to being protected against workplace accidents, injuries, and disease. And as defined in the law on OSH, the trade unions have 8 rights and obligations, like we have to participate in formulating OSH law and relevant policies and regulation. We have to participate and coordinate with state agencies in the inspection, monitoring, and supervision of the implementation of OSH policies and laws, to participate in the investigation of occupational accidents, and so on. And the VGCL, based on the law, the VGCL issue various resolutions and plans on OSH, such as the resolution number 10C in 2017 on strengthening the OSH capacities, which with specific targets for OSH training, reporting, and notifications of workplace injuries, and the establishment of a pool of OSH trainers, and among others, our action plan number 73, which was issued in 2019 of trade unions to improve working conditions and environment, as well as reduce labor accidents and occupational disease in the period from 2018 to 2023. At the moment, we have more than 120 certified OSH trainers and a long-standing relation working with the ILO on OSH, as Robert just introduced. And we also ratified several key conventions, like convention number 155 on OSH and convention number 187 on a promotional framework for occupational safety and health. They are all key conventions and in this area, and it is our priority to support the implementation of those conventions through the tripartite mechanism. And you may know that the article number 19 of convention number 155 in particular defines the responsibilities of worker organizations and the rights of workers in terms of workplace safety and health. I just found out about the project yesterday in a brief meeting with Christina and ILO office in Vietnam. And we really welcome the new project in improving safety and health in cooperation with the public and private sector in coffee supply chain, which will be implemented by the ILO. And I think it's an important initiative to increase workplace safety and health in one of Vietnam's most successful cash crop sectors, as Ms. Lan just pointed out. And I think this project would be highly relevant for us, that it will create opportunities for VGCL and our affiliates, and in particular, the Vietnam National Union of Workers in Agriculture and Rural Development, to protect better the safety and health of workers engaged in the cultivations and production of coffee. And because Ms. Lan already introduced quite general information of the coffee production in Vietnam, I just want to add on that in this area, the smallholder farmers may face many challenges, and the pressure to remain in business and increase production may cause them to neglect workplace safety and health, which a negative impact on their health and productivity. And also the observed overuse of agrochemicals in particular does not only pose health risk to farmers, but also their families and damages to environment. And besides, workers and farmers faced with potential risk when some jobs must be done manually and not replaced by machines, such as branch cutting, grass cutting, 24 hours hand watering, and work at times. Regarding our experience on OSH, as I said earlier, we have several resolutions in this area. We have 35 trainers, and we also one of the vice chairpersons of the National OSH Councils, which serve as a platform for dialogue among workers and employers, organizations for awareness raising and to promote better OSH practices and collection of inputs for policy making. And together with other partners like VCCI, we have been playing a significant role in implementing, monitoring, and evaluating the National OSH program for the past 5 years, from 2016 to 2020, including promoting good OSH practices and delivering training. And moreover, BGCL also established very close working relations with farmer unions and women's union to promote OSH among the members. And in addition, our Vietnam National Union of Workers in Agriculture and Rural Development and Workplace Union also promotes good agricultural and OSH practices by organizing OSH training courses for workers and members, as well as ensuring that personal protective equipment are properly provided to all workers. So in short, we welcome the opportunity that the BSF project will provide in terms of institutional development and learning on OSH, and include strengthening of OSH service delivery capacity. And we really look forward to engaging with other key stakeholders in these multi-stakeholder dialogue forums and support collective action to promote behavior change and good OSH practices at the level of smallholder farms and formal workplaces, such as plantation and industrial scale processing facilities. And we are especially concerned about the safety and health of the most vulnerable workers in the coffee supply chain, particularly seasonal workers, young workers, and workers from ethnic minorities, as they may have difficulties to access information about workplace safety and health and their rights to a safe and healthy workplace environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mazum. Thank you very much for outlining some of the work that BGCL is doing on safety and health, particularly among rural communities in farming, and all your support to engage in the project together with BCCI partners and the government in the years to come. So much appreciated. Our last speaker this afternoon or morning, wherever you may be, is Ms. Shruti Patidar. Shruti is the Regional Land and Freedom Officer for the IUF in Asia Pacific, which is a trade union, global trade union, where she has worked for the past 7 years. Shruti is responsible for the IUF Asia Pacific's work in agriculture, and with a focus on the right to freedom of association, living wages, safety and health, water sanitation, and climate change justice. So we are very glad, Shruti, that you're able to join us and speak a bit about the work that your union has been doing in some of the relevant countries that we've been discussing. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from IUF. IUF is a global union federation representing 10 million workers in agriculture, food processing, hotel, restaurant, catering in 127 countries. Today, I'll speak about our work in Asia Pacific region on occupational health and safety in the supply chain of banana and tea. In banana plantation, we're organizing training and education on occupational rights, and through which workers are organizing themselves into independent trade unions. In the training, workers map the plantation, identify the health and safety hazards and risks in various stages of banana production, a right to information, and then they identify the solution to those issues, which will then be the basis for negotiation with the management and collective bargaining agreement. We have experienced that unilateral actions by the employers without workers' access to freedom of association, collective bargaining rights are not sustainable. Similarly, in the tea plantations in Assam, in the supply chain of major tea companies like Unilever and Tetley, where more than 70% of workers are women workers, yet women workers do not have space to represent themselves and exercise their right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. In plantations where workers live on the plantation, occupational health and safety hazards and risks, including use of highly hazardous chemicals, not only affect workers, but also their families and their communities. Either the plantation managements take all the decisions regarding their work and lives, or male-dominated political unions that do not represent workers' interest. That's the general norm. So we formed women's water, sanitation, and health committees, where women workers organize themselves into these committees, and through that they have done mapping of the plantation on the access of water and sanitation, and also have come up with a solution. And now through our IUF's global framework agreement with Unilever, we have exerted pressure on Unilever, and then they have exerted pressure on their suppliers to engage with these committees at the local level. So now they are meeting the local plantation management and then negotiating the change. While we appreciate that enforcing the human rights obligation of the companies has created space for workers to organize, but it relies completely on us talking to Unilever. There is no certainty. And in all human rights are contingent on being certain. So it's through regulations like Convention 11 that guarantees the right of freedom of association and combination in agriculture, that workers can freely combine and organize and access their rights without threat of reprisal. It's through the proper enforcement of Convention 11 that there can be certainty of access to rights of workers in agriculture. There is no substitute for organizing, and consultation or hearing workers' voices cannot be substitute for collective bargaining rights. So it's regulatory framework with compliance that helps to create that space where government, and when governments do not enforce them because of they are under threat of management unions or political organizations or employers, that then creates uncertainty among workers about access to their rights. And again, all human rights are contingent on being certain. So enforcement and regular monitoring of regulations like Convention 11 gives that certainty. That's also why we need to have a good system of inspection in agriculture with adequate budget from government. We all know that there is not enough budget for inspection, because of which then there is less number of inspection, or they lack training, proper training, and through which they can properly enforce the regulations. So IUF Asia Pacific is looking forward to working with ILO on occupational health and safety with gender and environment perspective and enforcing the regulations. We are already working in some countries with provincial or state governments to train labor inspectors in agriculture, through which workers can have certainty to access to their human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shruti. You didn't even have to face the bell. So appreciate very much your concise and welcome comments, bringing the global union perspective, the work that you've been doing among your members, particularly the organizing contributes ultimately to safe and healthy outcomes in rural economy and agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has brought us to the end of our prepared remarks from the panelists, and we want to be able to now open up the floor, at least virtually, through the question and answer function. I see there is one question there outstanding that is related to the education of workers and employers in Vision Zero Fund projects on issues, universal principles or international standards, occupational safety and health, such as the right to know. So perhaps one of my colleagues, either Christina or Mariana, from your experience in running national projects, you could maybe write a response to that. But in the 10 minutes, we only have 10 minutes more before there's a hard end to the Zoom call. But we want to bring in at least two quick questions that were sent from colleagues or social constituents in Myanmar make sure that we bring in some of considerations. The first one, and I'll direct it to Colleen, relates to, the question is, what are the OPA findings about the potential and limits of the cooperative model in reaching more remote communities where market linkages and global supply chain linkages are more difficult? So Colleen, do you have a quick answer that you could try and give to that, please?
Yes, I'll try to be very brief. Thank you, Renee. So we did find in the OPA that the role of co-ops is highly significant. And the rationale for creating and training the farmer groups is to help them to develop these internal control systems to help to maintain or mainstream, OSH within quality control systems. So essentially, we found that we explored the conditions that have made co-op groups successful and the limitations also in reaching more remote communities where market linkages may be more difficult. So while it is true that it is easier for co-ops that are nearby markets to make linkages, the most successful example that we found actually of a co-op group was in a relatively remote location. So there were other factors that we explored that contributed to its success. For example, the co-op group developed strong leadership, and it was actually interestingly mostly female. And once the linkage was made with the buyer, the group started to adopt measures that produced higher quality products, which opened them up to even greater markets through selling higher quality seeds. So the benefits were really exponential. Once they get a good reputation with buyers, they will receive greater linkages throughout the future and continue to reinvest these profits in further improving their crops. So on the other side of that, the groups that are farther away from larger markets may require a bit more support from stakeholders, such as the local departments of agriculture and traders who can advocate on their behalf. Usually they just need a recommendation or an entry point to the market. Someone that can speak on their behalf to the quality of their products. And yeah, so basically, I guess the connection to these key stakeholders like government and private sector was found to be very important to the support of these groups and their momentum. And they may require a bit more training and follow-up visits. So I just want to say one last thing. I think this question is really interesting because it highlights one of the overarching findings of the OPA, which is that behavior change in occupational safety and health is ultimately driven by practices that either promise increased profit or productivity, especially if this has been demonstrated by a peer, such as a lead farmer or the co-op group leadership. So this may also be highly relevant in promoting agrochemical safety. Because we found that if farmers have adopted greater safety measures once they were connected to a buyer, and even though the buyer in this case maybe was purchasing just a portion of their products, the good agriculture practices were actually applied to their entire crop, which resulted in higher quality and greater connections to other buyers. So the key here is that good agriculture practices to achieve higher quality is also linked to OSH. Which further reinforces that theme of productivity that I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Colleen. I'm going to try and get through some questions here quickly because I fear the signal will be cut abruptly. So we have a question from the EC asked in the chat that I think is addressed to Mariana, saying that you said that the participation in social protection schemes for farmers is on a voluntary basis. Are farmers interested in joining this scheme? What are incentives for them to join, if any? Mariana, is that for you?
I could address, but I think it's probably also for Christina. I think
just quickly, please. Thanks.
Yeah, I will just say something very briefly about voluntary schemes in Myanmar. They also exist. I think there are incentives in terms of accessing services. However, at least in the Myanmar context, these are also limited by the availability of services. So in some remote areas, farmers will not have a very strong incentives because health centers and social security board offices that could provide benefits are not close by. So that would be an issue, I think. Christina, maybe you want to complement.
Regarding the incentives for, own account farm workers to join Social Security as voluntary members, I mean, we are, at the very beginning to conduct awareness raising measures. But overall, what farmers said is that for them it would be of benefit to access health services easier, because when they are a member of Social Security, they don't have to pay, when they visit community health facilities or hospital. So they just can show their Social Security card. And also the, family members would be covered by Social Security. I think in the respect to health services, that would be the main incentive.
Thanks, Mariana. Thanks, Christina. We have another question here from IOSH, the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health. They ask, can you please share your views on the importance of OSH provisions in trade and investment agreements? IOSH's view is that there's a great potential for improvement, but also shortcomings in the region, considering recent developments such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the RCEP, or the EU-Vietnam Trade Agreement. I don't know which of the panelists would like to take a shot at this. Marianne, is this something that you might like to speak to, or Colleen, or any of either of my ILO colleagues?
Well, I
any of the panelists?
Maybe I can speak a little bit, but I'm not sure if I will be able to answer the question. I think that at least in Myanmar, we have not explored that avenue, and I think that's quite an interesting avenue in terms of exploring the trade agreements more broadly speaking. I think what we have done is mostly explore requirements for entry into certain markets and see to what extent those requirements aligned with the promotion of good OSH practices in the sectors that we work on. So, for example, the European market rewards very highly standards such as global good agricultural practices, and we have worked towards aligning trainings and materials that we work on the ground with farmers and processors and so on to those standards. And so we have taken let's say a more narrow approach in terms of market access, but I guess one of the important next steps would be to see about trade agreements and how can OSH outcomes can be mainstream, perhaps, or taken forward as part of these agreements.
Thank you, Mariana. We have perhaps time for one final question, which comes to us again from Myanmar. And I think, Marianne, this is an opportunity for you here. What are the incentives provided by Global GAP and other certification schemes to reduce and rationalize the use of agrochemicals? Marianne, could you have a shot at that?
Yes, yeah. Good agricultural practices can be a means of accessing markets, but the strength of this incentive would really depend on whether the marketing system has the ability to segregate GAP certified products or GAP produced products and non-GAP products. Another incentive from GAP is that it could increase or stabilize yield. But a caution on this is that, like, let's say, to be very careful also that it can be absorbed by the market, or else farmers would be getting lower farm gate price based on the law of supply and demand. But the best incentive, the most significant incentive, at least based on the recent review that I have conducted of about 20 projects, is that GAP aimed at reducing cost of production provides the most significant economic incentive for farmers, no? Because this is relevant at all contexts, and it relates back to their profitability.
Great, thank you very much, Marianne. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our session here. I think it was a very rich, a lot of content, and I'm glad that we were able to reasonably manage the time to fit it all in. As I mentioned earlier, the materials that we used today will be available, either sent out by email or available on the High Level Forum website by the Secretariat. And please do follow along with the other sessions in the High Level Forum. There's still a whole other day and 2 additional regional sessions that will take place. So please do visit the website, find out how to or which sessions you'd like to take part in. And I understand that the registration for this session is probably applicable for the others, so you can probably use the same link. I may be mistaken on that, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. So we appreciate very much the good attendance in this session. A lot of, I think, fascinating and important work that has been done and will continue to be done. And the Vision Zero Fund team certainly benefits and appreciates all of your inputs and support, particularly from our social partners and government. So thank you once again on behalf of the ILO. Thank you to each of the panelists for the time that you took to engage in this forum. And we look forward to other opportunities such as this to draw on your expertise and share again the experiences and good stories. So thank you again. Take care, be safe, and see you down the road. Bye.
Et c'est Par contre, tu m'entends, Victor? Là, la cabine numéro 2, là, est sur le français. Enfin, tu mets mettre français en A et anglais en B. Ok, essaye le français pour voir. Alors, est-ce que j'entends du français? Et c'est 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oui, je vous entends. Ok. Donc, pour le français, c'est bon. Nickel sur l'anglais. Merci.
ይህን እንኳን እኮ አልጻፉትም።
Afternoon, everyone. It is now time to start our session. My name is Ana Catalina Ramirez. It is my pleasure to introduce this important, timely, and interesting session, which is part of the second day of the virtual high-level forum on 2021 and beyond, collective action for safe and healthy supply chains, organized by the Vision Zero Fund of the ILO. This session will give us the opportunity to learn about the implementation of the Vision Zero Fund projects in Ethiopia and in Madagascar, directly from the voice of our stakeholders. On behalf of the ILO, I welcome all our panelists and participants. Before starting, just a housekeeping matter. For this session, simultaneous interpretation for English and French is available. You can change the language at the icon in the bottom of your screen. Also, you can post your questions to the panelists using the Q&A box. We will not be able to answer questions sent through the chat box, so please ensure you send your questions using the Q&A box. Also, just a note for our panelists, when intervening, let us know when you want your presentations to be shown so we can upload them. To set the context to our discussion today, I will present some results of the assessments of drivers and constraints for OSH improvement conducted by the Vision Zero Fund in Ethiopia and in Madagascar. Let me start first by briefly introduce the global supply chain we will be focusing on today, the garment supply chain. Please, can I have access to the presentation? Thank you. Okay, second slide, please. Next. Okay. Okay, thank you. So this is the garment supply chain structure, which is basically organized around 4 main parts. The raw input supply, which includes basically natural and synthetic fibers. The provision of components such as yarn and fabrics that are manufactured by textile companies. The production network made up of garment factories and with producing the final products, and the distribution and marketing done through intermediaries and retailers. There are differences between these parts, such as the geographic location, the labor skills needed, the labor conditions, use of technology, and also the scale and the type of enterprises that we find in each part. Some of these differences have an influence on the occupational safety and health conditions, as we will see further on. The parts of the chain that were studied by the Vision Zero Fund assessment vary from one country to another. Nevertheless, in both countries, in Ethiopia and in Madagascar, the garment production part of the chain was deeply analyzed. This part represents an important element of the chain in both countries, not only in terms of the number of enterprises that we find in this part of the chain and the exports, but also in terms of job creations in the manufacturing industry, with 62,000 jobs in Ethiopia and 120,000 jobs in Madagascar. It is also worth noting that in the sample of the companies assessed by the studies, around 80 to 90% of workers were women, which give us an idea of the importance of the female workforce in the sector. Garment production involves hazards, occupational hazards from different nature, such as the use of hazardous substances when removing stains, for example, repetitive movements and prolonged positions that cause ergonomic risks, physical hazards such as noise and high temperatures, sleep, trips, and falling from height, when retrieving material from warehouses, for example, safety hazards such as obsolete electrical wiring and boilers that can cause fire, and machine-related and psychosocial hazards. The assessment conducted by the Vision Zero Fund in the garment factories in both countries showed that some preventive and protective measures have been put in place to prevent and minimize the occupational risks. Nevertheless, there are still some challenges to ensure a systematic approach to OSH management. Next slide, please. To better understand those challenges, the supply chain look at the elements of the market and institutional environment that are around the supply chain to identify which of those elements can constrain OSH, and also to identify those that can act as drivers for improvement. In general terms, what we analyze is the influence on OSH of the business model of the different categories of actors in the supply chain and how they interplay, the legal framework and the public and private entities responsible for OSH, including the overall enforcement system, and other actors that may assume supporting role or that can influence practices and OSH outcomes. Next, please. While we found differences between Madagascar and Ethiopia, some drivers and constraints are common to both countries and to this particular part of the chain. In terms of drivers, the results show that buyers' requirements have positively influenced the adoption of safety measures. This positive effect is reinforced when there are legal OSH frameworks in place, with clear rights and responsibilities for all the actors of the chain. Also, the availability of OSH service, whether they are private or public services, to provide guidance and advice to both employers and workers show to be an important driver for improvement. And last but not least, the presence of employers and workers organizations and the existence of social dialogue structures such as OSH committees also demonstrated to be a game changer on OSH conditions. Regarding the constraints, we found that the limited enforcement capacity, the limited technical resources on OSH, whether these are human resources or financial resources, the lack of coordination between institutions that provide OSH services, the lack of data on occupational safety and health at both national and workplace level, and the absence of OSH management systems were among the main limitations for continuous improvement. It is also worth mentioning that factors such as the size of the enterprise, their location, whether they are within an export processing zone or not, and the level of relation of these companies with the buyers can also be an element of driving or a constraint. Next, please. In general terms, the assessments show the importance of developing enabling environments that can provide the legal and institutional frameworks to strengthen capacities at all levels of the chain and among all actors. To achieve this, a coordinated, systematic approach to occupational safety and health, both at national and at the enterprise level, is required. A systematic approach to OSH may consider different elements, such as a careful assessment of the need of the enterprises and the adaptation of the OSH management systems accordingly, for example, to the size of the enterprises, a focus on OSH performance measures and on continuous improvement, the contribution of all the different audits to the continual improvement process, a review of the regulatory requirements and regular updating of these, train, of course, carry out on a continuous basis and at all levels of the different, at all levels of the enterprise, communication channels to improve the coordination and the effectiveness of the measures, effective social dialogue through tripartite or bipartite structures, responsibilities of the stakeholders that are well defined by the regulations and legislation, and last but not least, labor inspectors that are adequately trained to enforce and support compliance. The presentations that will follow from Madagascar and Ethiopia will allow us to learn how these countries are progressing towards this direction and the different perspective of the stakeholders that are participating in the Vision Zero implementation at country level. Finally, I wouldn't like to finish my intervention without referring to the current health crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic has disturbed the dynamic of the industry and has reaffirmed the need for sustainable and strong OSH management systems at both national and at the enterprise level. It is through collaboration at all levels and through collective action that we can make of this pandemic a driver for improvement of safety and health rather than a regretful constraint. Without further delay, I now hand over to my colleague Frédéric Lesné-Auer to moderate the first panel on capacity building of Labor Inspectorate for Systematic Assessment in Madagascar. Bienvenue Frédéric et bienvenue distingués panélistes de Madagascar. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna Catalina, for this very interesting and clear presentation. So the presentation about Madagascar will be in French. I remind you that you have a simultaneous translation in French and English at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Do not hesitate to switch to the appropriate language for you. Merci à la Catalina pour cet exposé très intéressant et très clair. Donc, nous allons maintenant pouvoir illustrer très concrètement la mise en œuvre du programme VZF sur le terrain. On va vous proposer d'illustrer deux projets, le projet à Madagascar et le projet en Éthiopie. Et on va commencer par Madagascar, où le projet a cette particularité d'avoir concentré vraiment ses efforts dans un premier temps sur le renforcement institutionnel et particulièrement sur le renforcement des capacités de l'inspection du travail pour intervenir le plus efficacement possible et pas nécessairement de façon coercitive à l'amélioration de la santé-sécurité au travail, mais aussi, en l'occurrence, pour répondre, comme Anna Catalina nous disait il y a un instant, à la crise de la Covid-19 au cours de ces derniers mois. Mais il y a une particularité, c'est qu'on suit un fil rouge important, l'idée que cette amélioration de la santé et la sécurité dans les lieux de travail doit être menée avec tous les partenaires concernés, ce qui a conduit à pleinement associer les employeurs et les travailleurs dans cette stratégie, comme nos intervenants pourront vous l'expliquer. Alors, nous allons donc recevoir trois interventions, celle de Madame Anitra Fitiavana Razakabuwana, qui est directrice du travail, de l'emploi, du service public et des lois sociales d'Analamanga, qui est la région capitale à Madagascar, puis de Madame Béatrice Changqingyu, qui est vice-présidente du groupement des entreprises franches et partenaires, le GEFP, et membre du groupement des entreprises de Madagascar, le GEM. Et enfin, nous donnerons la parole à M. Rémi-Henri Boutoudi, qui est le coordinateur national de la Confédération des travailleurs malgaches, la CTM. Alors, Madame Anitra Fatiavana Razabokowana, je vous donne la parole pour nous parler de cette histoire qui s'est nouée finalement entre l'inspection du travail malagasy et le projet VZF. Je vous donne la parole pour ces 15 prochaines minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Frédéric, de m'avoir donné la parole. Chers amis participants à ce forum, bonjour à tous. J'espère que vous m'entendez très bien. Bonjour. Bonjour. D'accord. Alors, j'ai commencé. Au fait, pour commencer ma présentation, je vais d'abord parler un tout petit peu de la Direction générale de l'inspection du travail, parce que c'est de là qu'a commencé. Donc, c'est là que nous sommes tous les inspecteurs du travail, les contrôleurs du travail. Donc, je vais un tout petit peu parler de la direction pour situer un peu. Et puis après, je vais parler de notre expérience avec VZDF. Alors, la Direction générale du travail, le premier slide, s'il vous plaît, est une des composantes du ministère du Travail, de l'Emploi, de la fonction publique et des lois sociales à Madagascar. Elle est chargée de la mise en œuvre de tout ce qui est de la politique du gouvernement en matière de travail, évidemment, des lois sociales, de la sécurité sociale des travailleurs, de la promotion au travail décent et de la migration professionnelle. Elle est donc composée de 4 directions opérationnelles, mais la direction qui s'occupe, donc, qui travaille beaucoup avec le projet VZDF, c'est la direction de la sécurité sociale des travailleurs. Il y a 15 services qui composent la direction générale. Est-ce que vous pouvez aller au slide suivant, s'il vous plaît? Merci. Donc, voilà l'organigramme de la Direction générale du travail et des lois sociales. Malheureusement, le temps qui m'est imparti n'est pas suffisant pour parler de tous les services, mais quand même, globalement, nous avons 20 services d'inspection du travail dans tout Madagascar. À Madagascar, il y a 22 régions, mais l'inspection du travail est donc présente sur 20 régions. Les 2 régions, pour cette année, on va installer donc les inspections du travail des 2 dernières régions. Il y a 145 inspecteurs du travail dans le slide suivant. 145 inspecteurs du travail et 153 contrôleurs du travail et des lois sociales qui œuvrent donc dans l'administration du travail malgache, et qui sont répartis sur 20 régions, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. Donc, dans le slide, c'est tout à droite. Le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Donc, voilà les différentes régions donc, de Madagascar. Mais il faut quand même remarquer que les régions où il y a le plus d'activité économique, le plus d'entreprises, d'usines de production, c'est dans la région Analamang, où donc je suis la directrice de l'inspection du travail, où à peu près 80%, voire même 85% du secteur économique de toutes les productions donc, sont à Analamang. Alors, je vais vous parler maintenant des difficultés qu'on avait sans le VZDF, donc avant l'implémentation du VZDF à Madagascar. Franchement, même si nous avons reçu donc une formation en tant qu'inspecteur du travail à l'École nationale d'administration de Madagascar, tout ce qui est volet sécurité et santé a été mise de côté. C'était pas donc la priorité de l'administration du travail malgache, parce qu'il faut savoir que la préoccupation a été surtout axée sur tout ce qui est promotion des droits fondamentaux, notamment le salaire, notamment tout ce qui est affiliation aux caisses nationales de prévoyance sociale, tout ce qui est services médicaux de travail, mais vraiment tout ce qui est sécurité et santé au travail, c'est-à-dire au sein des usines, ne faisait pas partie de notre préoccupation majeure. Donc, à partir de là, nous avons pu constater donc, les déficits de compétences en matière de sécurité et santé au travail. Les formations au sein de l'école d'administration n'étaient que de 24 heures concernant, par exemple, tout ce qui est sécurité et santé au travail. Donc, on a vraiment survolé globalement tout ce qui est sécurité et santé au travail. Et quand le projet VZDF est arrivé à Madagascar en 2017, nous avons pu instaurer une task force de 12 inspecteurs du travail qui travaillent donc dans différentes régions. différentes régions. Et le VZF a formé ces 12 inspecteurs du travail. Il y avait eu aussi des collaborations avec les inspections du travail, l'inspection du travail française. Les 12 inspecteurs qui formaient la task force étaient allés à la Réunion pour des partages d'expériences, pour voir un peu comment se passait un contrôle d'établissement dans les inspections françaises, la logistique des inspections du travail, comment ils s'organisaient, etc. Et donc, à partir de ces expériences-là, nous avons pu former donc les autres inspecteurs du travail, les 150 inspecteurs du travail malagasy. Donc, à partir de tout ce qu'on a pu avoir par le projet, c'est-à-dire les formations des experts, les partages avec les autres inspections du travail, nous avons pu mettre en place une nouvelle vision concernant la sécurité et la santé au travail. Nous avons pu entraîner les autres inspecteurs du travail à s'intéresser beaucoup plus et à travailler en collaboration avec les partenaires sociaux dans tout ce qui est sécurité et santé au travail. Est-ce que je peux avoir le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît? Voilà. Donc, il faut aussi comprendre, il faut situer un peu tout ce qui se passe à Madagascar, c'est qu'il y a 93% de toutes les activités économiques qui est dans le secteur informel. Donc, l'inspection du travail avait beaucoup de mal à avoir une visibilité sur tout ce qui est activité économique, tout ce qui est entreprise. Et bien sûr, à cause du manque de moyens qui est récurrent, nous n'avons pas pu effectuer beaucoup de descentes en entreprise, beaucoup de contrôles en entreprise, beaucoup de prévention en entreprise, puisque c'est quand même l'une de nos missions principales aussi, c'est de faire de la prévention. Donc, à cause de cette grande informalité et tout ce qui est manque de moyens, nous n'avons pas pu effectuer tout ça. Mais à présent, grâce aussi à la collaboration du projet VZF, on a pu faire des descentes pour faire des préventions, surtout durant la période où vraiment le coronavirus, le Covid-19 était très présent dans le pays, où on a dû confiner aussi la population. Donc, malgré ça, les activités économiques ont essayé d'être maintenues et nous avons pu faire beaucoup de prévention en matière de lutte contre le Covid-19 grâce à la collaboration avec le projet VZF. Est-ce que vous pouvez passer au slide suivant, s'il vous plaît? Alors, concernant tout ce qui est tout ce qu'on a pu tirer, toutes les bénéfices de la collaboration avec le VZF et la Direction générale de l'inspection du travail malgache, il y a beaucoup d'impacts positifs, puisque nous avons pu, comme je l'ai dit précédemment, améliorer tout ce qui est curricula de formation à l'École nationale d'administration, grâce aussi à la présence de l'inspecteur qui fait partie de la task force, donc qui enseigne la sécurité et la santé au travail. Et puis, nous avons aussi, grâce au projet VZF, dans la filière litchi, nous avons pu sauver 25 000 emplois et 20 000 tonnes de litchi qui devaient être donc exportées en 2017, puisqu'il y avait une épidémie de peste pulmonaire qui sévissait à l'époque. Et grâce à l'intervention du projet, qui était donc pilote à l'époque, à Tamatave, c'est une région de Madagascar, nous avons pu sauver donc 25 000 emplois et 20 000 tonnes de litchi à exporter, avec le groupement des exportateurs du litchi. Entre 2017 et 2018, 2435 travailleurs saisonniers ont pu être affiliés aux services médicaux de travail grâce aux activités de sensibilisation et de formation menées par une équipe multidisciplinaire. Au niveau national, le gouvernement accorde un plus grand intérêt à la sécurité et santé au travail grâce au lobby aussi de la task force et des représentants du projet VZF à Madagascar. Et grâce aussi à la mise en œuvre du projet, nous avons pu contrôler 1634 entreprises depuis 2019. C'est un record depuis toutes ces années où l'inspection du travail a existé. Nous n'avons pas encore eu ce grand chiffre en matière de contrôle d'établissement. 59 504 aussi, 704 travailleurs ont été sensibilisés, dont 12 700 nouvellement affiliés à la CNAPS. 1643 entreprises, formelles et informelles, je vous dis, c'est inédit dans le pays et c'est grâce à notre collaboration avec le projet VZF. Nous pouvons aussi voir dans le slide 1310 entreprises dans les chaînes textiles, dans le secteur informel, dans tous les secteurs d'activité. Nous avons pu visiter en pleine pandémie de Covid et 82 475 travailleurs sont accompagnés dans la lutte depuis 2019. Le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Il faut savoir aussi qu'en ce moment, donc, malgré que le Covid-19 s'est atténué chez nous, grâce donc à toutes ces activités faites avec la collaboration du projet, la SST donc est intégrée comme l'une des priorités dans le plan multisectoriel d'urgence qui est en train d'être en activité, donc mise en activité dans le pays pour cette année. Et grâce aussi, en tant qu'inspecteur du travail, je peux témoigner que grâce à toutes ces formations et tous ces partages, les visites d'entreprise sont devenues plus pointues en matière de sécurité et santé au travail. Et les partenaires sociaux ressentent aussi ce changement d'intérêt, ce virement, on va dire, d'intérêt pour la sécurité et santé au travail. Le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Alors, on a aussi beaucoup pu travailler avec les comités d'hygiène et de sécurité et environnement au travail dans les entreprises. On a pu aussi travailler à faire des préventions, à redynamiser ces comités grâce à la collaboration du projet. Alors, avec tous ces bénéfices, tous ces impacts positifs qu'a eu les travailleurs malgaches et aussi notre direction générale de l'inspection du travail, nous ne pouvons que recommander l'extension des régions d'intervention pour le projet VZF. Il est très important pour nous que le projet VZF se maintienne dans notre pays, puisque c'est grâce à cela qu'on a pu, comme je l'ai dit, avec tous les chiffres qu'on a pu travailler. Et c'est grâce à cela aussi que le gouvernement nous a doté de 4 véhicules tout-terrain, plus la construction de 9 bâtiments d'inspection du travail dans les régions, puisque nous avons été plus visibles grâce à la présence du projet VZF. Voilà, chers amis participants, voilà ce qu'on a vécu ici, notre expérience de la collaboration qu'on a eue avec le projet VZF. Et je pense que vraiment, c'est l'un des projets qui a vraiment porté ses fruits pour le pays et nous espérons vivement que le projet peut nous accompagner encore pendant plusieurs années. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup Annick pour ce tour d'horizon très complet et très clair. On voit bien donc à quel point le renforcement des capacités de l'inspection du travail peut avoir un impact important sur la conformité dans le pays, à Madagascar, malgré les difficultés inhérentes, en particulier liées à un taux d'informalité extrêmement élevé qui rend forcément l'action d'inspection du travail plus compliquée. Alors, on va se tourner maintenant vers Madame Béatrice Chang-Ching-Yu, qui représente donc le GEFP. On voit bien, Madame Chang-Ching-Yu, à quel point ce projet a un impact important sur l'inspection du travail et sa mobilisation. Finalement, comment les entreprises ont-elles accueilli ce projet? Comment ont-ils même accueilli l'inspection du travail qui est davantage intervenue? Et comment, dans cette démarche partenariale, vous avez accompagné ce projet VZF à Madagascar. Je vous laisse présenter votre organisation. Vous avez 5 minutes. Je sais, c'est peu, mais vous avez désormais la parole. Merci.
Merci Frédéric. Bonjour, bon après-midi, bonsoir à tous. Je m'appelle Béatrice Chancignou, je suis donc vice-présidente du GFP. Si je peux avoir mes premiers slides, s'il vous plaît. Merci. GFP, donc le groupement des entreprises franches et partenaires, c'est les entreprises franches désignent des entreprises à vocation d'exportation et les partenaires sont celles qui œuvrent dans les finances, le transit, la logistique, entre autres. La mission principale du GFP est de promouvoir et développer les entreprises franches et de défendre les intérêts communs d'ordre technique, économique et social. Prochain slide, s'il vous plaît. 44% de nos membres opèrent dans le textile. Le suivant, merci. Et ce secteur constitue 70% des exportations des entreprises franches et 20% du total des exportations de Madagascar. Le slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Le suivant, merci. Nous pouvons aller directement au suivant également. Merci. Donc, les emplois du textile dans le GFP comptent 8% des emplois formels du pays et 41% des emplois dans les entreprises franches. Nous savons que la réduction des dangers et risques conduit à la baisse des accidents de travail et maladies professionnelles, mais des difficultés subsistent. La productivité est prioritaire pour les entreprises et c'est un défi que de trouver l'équilibre entre la productivité et le social. Les employeurs estiment que les interventions des services médicaux du travail dans les unités de production suffisent à conduire les programmes en matière de SST, bien que leurs prestations de surveillance de la santé des travailleurs appellent à être améliorées. La Caisse de sécurité sociale, dite CNAPS, la Caisse nationale de prévoyance sociale, intervient également dans les entreprises formelles par des actions de sensibilisation sur la SST. Notre chaîne d'approvisionnement relève du secteur de l'agriculture et de celui de l'industrie. La culture du coton implique des travailleurs agricoles et des exploitants pouvant être de type familial. De là, l'application des normes SST s'avère déficiente de par la zone d'implantation en campagne et de par la participation des membres de la famille aux travaux. L'informel dans l'agriculture fait que des lieux de travail et des travailleurs ne sont pas répertoriés dans le système de protection sociale et médicale et ne bénéficient d'aucun appui ni protection. La responsabilité du travailleur sur sa santé et sécurité n'est pas acquise. Enfin, Madagascar est limité sur son marché des équipements de production et la formation de spécialisation en médecine de travail n'existe pas. Le GFP se positionne comme partenaire du projet de par sa représentativité du secteur textile. Il porte la voix de ce secteur auprès des pouvoirs publics. Il peut influencer les autres acteurs, y compris les sous-traitants, et être le leadership pour promouvoir les conditions de travail et la SST. Le dialogue social que nous entretenons avec les organisations des travailleurs contribue à l'amélioration des conditions de travail et de l'efficacité globale en matière de SST. L'étude que VZF a menée en 2018 a permis de situer le niveau d'implémentation des politiques de SST, de relever les bonnes pratiques et les faiblesses existantes dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement. Toutefois, la pandémie de la COVID-19 a vu des entreprises promptes à prendre des mesures de prévention. Sans doute, l'expérience de l'épidémie de peste en 2017 a renforcé leur capacité à riposter contre ces risques sanitaires. Au début du projet, les entreprises étaient réticentes du fait que les services médicaux du travail traitaient déjà ce sujet de la SST. Pour plus d'adhésion des entreprises, GFP, avec l'appui de VZF, a réalisé un plaidoyer à l'endroit des employeurs focalisé sur la SST et la performance économique. Ce plaidoyer a abouti à une demande de formation en gestion des risques. L'impact serait davantage d'investissement dans la formation et la sensibilisation des travailleurs en matière de SST. Malgré les efforts des employeurs, le rythme de travail est élevé dans les industries manufacturières car les délais de production demandés par les acheteurs sont réduits alors que la demande de SST est croissante. Les chiffres de la sécurité sociale à Madagascar sur les accidents de travail renforcent notre engagement. Les accidents du travail dans le textile par rapport à l'ensemble étaient de 24% en 2018, 20% en 2019 et 18% en 2020. Les femmes étaient 3 fois plus touchées que les hommes. Les défis que nous avons rencontrés ont été de tendre vers la culture de la sécurité lorsque la mise en œuvre de la SST répond à des obligations légales et à des exigences liées aux contrats commerciaux, de rendre les dispositions de conformité durables dans le long terme avec l'adhésion des travailleurs, d'influencer les petites et moyennes entreprises sur la prise en compte de la SST, leur capacité d'investissement dans ce domaine étant limitée. Et pour terminer, nous recommandons une amélioration continue de la SST par l'élaboration de systèmes de gestion de la SST dans la chaîne d'approvisionnement textile avec toutes ses composantes, précédée d'une évaluation des coûts de mise en conformité, l'étude des impacts de la ratification des conventions de l'OIT sur la SST, comment nous, les employeurs, pourrons en tirer parti, et l'installation d'une personne référente en santé et sécurité du travail au sein du GFP. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Béatrice, pour cette contribution très intéressante. On voit l'équilibre qu'il faut trouver entre les logiques de production, la mise en place de programmes de SST efficaces qui protègent les travailleurs et donc respectent la conformité. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à Monsieur Rémi-Henri Boutoudi, qui donc est représentant des travailleurs malgaches à la CTM. Alors, les travailleurs ont un rôle très important à jouer et sont éminemment partie de ces évolutions des conditions de travail. Quelle est votre appréciation du projet? Comment vous y êtes-vous inscrit? Mais je vous laisse d'abord présenter votre organisation et je vous donne la parole pour 5 minutes. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup d'avoir donné la parole, Monsieur Frédéric, et bonjour à mes collègues panélistes. Effectivement, la conférence des travailleurs de Madagascar, c'est une plateforme des organisations syndicales regroupant environ 11 centrales nationales à Madagascar. Et en général, ce sont des syndicats représentatifs dans notre île et principalement dans les secteurs privés qui ont beaucoup de membres pour ça. La CTM a été fondée il y a plus de 20 ans après avoir constaté l'impact de la prolifération. Il y a beaucoup de syndicats qui s'éparpillent dans toutes les entreprises et consorts. C'est pourquoi on est décidé de fonder ces plateformes conférences des travailleurs de Madagascar avec la contribution effective du Bureau international du travail à Antananarive. On a été avec les autres sous-régions, mais je crois que pour le moment, c'est nous à Madagascar qui maintient cette conférence des travailleurs de Madagascar à plus de 20 ans de plus, comme ça. Ces syndicats nationaux membres de la conférence des travailleurs de Madagascar se répartit dans plusieurs secteurs. Il y a le secteur textile, le secteur construction, les mines, les agricultures. Il y a beaucoup de secteurs qui se sont touchés, même jusqu'au secteur informel. On a des membres à travers des centrales nationales, membres de la conférence des travailleurs de Madagascar. Voilà en gros la présentation qu'on devrait mettre en place. La conférence des travailleurs de Madagascar essaie toujours d'améliorer leur action sur les responsabilités porter la voix des travailleurs et surtout d'apporter sa contribution pour la mise en place des travail décents dans le monde du travail. Comme mes prédécesseurs viennent de dire tout à l'heure, surtout, le problème se pose beaucoup sur les taux d'informalité de Madagascar. Il y a beaucoup de secteurs informels qui répartis dans toute l'île et en général, ces travailleurs-là n'ont pas beaucoup de motivation pour affronter avec les syndicats. C'est pourquoi, quelquefois, ça donne des difficultés de les accompagner, de les organiser. Et c'est aussi pour prouver que c'est la raison d'être avec le projet Vision VZF. C'est ça. Le slide suivant, je crois. Voilà. Comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, ça a été créé pour dépasser la limite et pallier les faiblesses des organisations syndicales, puisque avec la prolifération, la solidarité s'est diluée. Et seule la force que les travailleurs peuvent compter, c'est de garantir leur solidarité face à la lutte qu'ils ont faite à l'amélioration des conditions de travail. Ça a été dit déjà que majoritairement c'est du secteur privé, mais la préoccupation majeure, c'est la promotion du travail décent qui est encore apparu plusieurs récits de la politique du gouvernement, mais on constate que c'est encore loin d'être atteint, ce travail décent, tant sur la qualité et sur la législation et surtout sur la protection sociale qu'on a parlé tout à l'heure. Environ un tiers des travailleurs qu'on a été déclaré qu'on est bénéficiaire de slide suivant. Slide suivant. Alors, à travers des projets VZF, on a constaté l'amélioration de l'accès du régime de sécurité sociale, environ presque 13 000 affiliations à la CNAPS qu'on a constaté. On a amélioré au service de santé sur l'affiliation des services médicaux interentreprises et aussi le renforcement des capacités des responsables syndicaux. On a plus de 100 représentants formés à partir du Covid et aussi on arrive à la préservation des santé des travailleurs. En général, on a presque 80 000 travailleurs sensibilisés par rapport au projet. Le slide suivant. Suivant. Alors, par rapport au projet VZF, notre recommandation, c'est d'intégrer la SST à la gestion des risques sanitaires dans la politique de développement stratégique de la CTM, dont nous sommes en train de le faire actuellement. Étendre les interventions de VZF, c'est qui rejoint les souhaits de l'inspecteur tout à l'heure, et surtout étendre les interventions de VZF dans d'autres chaînes d'approvisionnement à Madagascar, puisque seulement c'est le produit laitier qu'on a été dit après le textile et la construction actuellement. On a beaucoup de secteurs qu'on pourra entendre l'amélioration de la sensibilisation en matière de la santé et sécurité au travail. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur Boutouli, pour cette contribution éclairante. On voit bien que l'informalité est un vrai défi pour les organisations syndicales qui ont forcément du mal à accéder aux travailleurs qui d'ailleurs, dans un certain nombre de cas, sont assez vulnérables et ont du mal aussi à faire appel aux organisations syndicales dans cette situation. Bon, le projet VZF intervient vraiment dans l'économie informelle à Madagascar, donc normalement, tout ceci devrait aider aussi à un développement du dialogue social. Alors, merci à tous les trois pour votre participation. Alors, évidemment, vous restez avec nous parce que vous pourrez répondre après la session concernant l'Éthiopie aux différentes questions des participants. J'invite d'ailleurs les participants à poser des questions sans hésiter et nous tâcherons d'y répondre au plus grand nombre à la fin. On va donc passer maintenant à la session concernant le projet en Éthiopie. Evans, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Frederick, and good afternoon, listeners, participants. Greetings from the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia. As you know, Ethiopia is well known for its coffee, but even more importantly, Ethiopia was the first African country to actually join the International Labour Organizations. So greetings from Ethiopia. This afternoon, our topic from Ethiopia, and following up on what our colleagues in Madagascar has presented, is on the issue of occupational safety and health, the issue of labor inspectorate. Our theme, and this will drive our discussion, is around strengthening occupational safety and health through digitalization of labor inspection, information, and knowledge management system. Vision Zero in Ethiopia was driven by the industrialization program that the country embarked on to drive the objective and also its mission of becoming a middle-income country by 2025. So this industrialization program has attracted a lot of foreign direct investment in Ethiopia. And with foreign direct investment, we see a lot of industries coming up. The work of Vision Zero Fund in Ethiopia is currently around the textile and garment sector, where we are collaborating closely with government through the Ministry of Labor and also the workers and employers. So to discuss this topic, I have a representative from the Ministry of Labor, Mr. Fikado Gebru, who is the Director of Humanious Industrial Relations Directorate under the Ministry of Labor. He's going to lead the discussion, but also let me just take this opportunity to introduce the other guests that we have. From the employers, we have Mr. Dawit Moges, who is the president of Ethiopian Employers Federation, but also the first vice president of the Confederation of Ethiopian Employers Federations. Mr. Moges is also the current Secretary General of the IGAT, Employers Confederation. Mr. Moges holds a master's in public health and also MA in economics. He's currently a candidate of a PhD. Our other discussant is Mr. Angasom Johannes, who is the president of the Industrial Federation of Ethiopian Textile, Leather, and Garment Workers Trade Unions. So with these three discussants, may I now take the opportunity to call upon Mr. Fikado to just take us through the work that Vision Zero Fund is doing with the Ministry of Labor to strengthen occupational safety and health through digitalization of labor inspection, information, and knowledge management system. Mr. Figado, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Evans. Welcome you all, dear participants from different corners of the world and from Geneva. I think those of you who are attending this meeting, I want to welcome you all. My name is Fikado Gebru. As it was introduced by Evans, I'm the Director of Harmonious Industrial Relations Directorate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. So as I have been introduced by Evans, my presentations particularly focus on the one of the fruits of this Vision Zero Fund, which is its impact in Ethiopia, particularly in strengthening the OSH through the digitalization of the labor inspection system and including with capitalizing information and the knowledge management system. So before I went through the slides, I want to just give very few highlights regarding how the labor administration of Ethiopia look like. Because the labor administration of Ethiopia is, as it was mentioned, we are the founder of ILO. So our labor administration system is designed according to the Labor Administration Convention. So we are following a very participatory approach. The employers and workers organizations are fully engaged in the implementation of the laws and policies that are under implementation in the country. Ethiopia recognized the issue of OSH in its constitution, Article 44.2, which ensures the right of workers to work in healthy and safe working environment, which is very much recognized by our constitution and also further elaborated by our OSH policy, which was formulated and implemented in 2040. So the pillars of this OSH policy is, it has around 4 pillars. The first one is building the preventive cultures of occupational accidents and work-related health hazards, enhancing, making accessible health service at workplace and strengthening occupational injury and accident compensation system. Also centering those who are highly vulnerable, like women, workers living with HIV/AIDS, and disabled workers, etc. So these are the center of our OSH policy. So we recognize those contributions that are already been under implementation by Vision Zero Fund in the country. Ethiopia is, as you just let me go through my presentation. Next slide, please. So the country is, as you know, like other developing countries, it is highly known by its youth population. More than 70% population is under this category. And every year, around 2 million pupils, more than 2 million youths are entering in our labor markets. The labor market is again recognized by having a mismatch. That means more supply and very less demand in the creation of jobs in the country. So we have unemployment is our just economic and social burden in the country. For this reason, labor-intensive works are highly encouraged, or jobs are highly encouraged in the country. That is why we are now attracting more of labor-intensive work like garment and textile and leather industries. So the country has already built around 14 industrial parks. These industrial parks are mainly focusing on textile and garment. And currently also the other potential area is agriculture. So in that agriculture area also we have introduced a new agro-processing industrial parks. Next slide, please. So with this understanding, the National Labor Administration addressing the issue of occupational safety and health is, as I said, a constitutional right. This labor inspection system is also one important arm to enforce this labor inspection system to ensure safety and health working condition in our system. But the labor inspection system suffers with a lot of shortages and challenges. We have already national labor law, but the implementation is at regional level with different capacities and with different economic structures. These economic structures is mostly based upon agriculture and also dominated by informality. The formal economy versus to informal economy is with a very significant difference. The majority of our economy is dominated by informality. So we know that most of the formal economic activity has a linkage with that of the informal economy. Therefore, our labor inspection system should be strong enough to cross-check all the lines of any value chain, including the garment and the textile sectors, to be safe and free from any accident and injuries. So our labor inspection system is suffered with limited resource in terms of human capacity, skilled manpower, and then also there is no structured training for our labor inspection system, which is now going to be addressed through this Vision Zero Fund in order to certify our labor inspection as a beginner and also intermediate, and then also the senior one. So for this reason, the challenge is adapting approach that makes labor inspectors efficient, effective, and strategic in achieving compliance outcomes is highly limited resource. So for this reason, you know, the government of Ethiopia has already been revising the 15-year-old the labor proclamation in July 2019. Revised labor proclamation is one of the key pieces of legislation that the government has adopted in order to move forward and to align itself to the country's fast economic growth, involving employment relation, and to comply with multiple international labor organization treaties. So with this, consequently, the country challenge, especially in the labor inspection system, doesn't arise from lack of proper legislation, rather from lack of resource and practices, unfair practices. It is true that the labor inspectors, particularly those in developing countries, face numerous challenges, usually maintaining effective system. So this system is now currently addressed through this project, and it also faces challenges to improve effective inspection system by coordinating the joint inspection planning between ministry and, as I said, regional bureaus and all sub-regional offices with proactive, targeted, and tailored strategies based on data-driven diagnosis of compliance influences. Our labor administration highly suffers with under-reporting. So under-reporting is a drawback in the country's labor administration system. We don't have enough reports of injuries and also accidents. So strategic planning is hindered by such specific phenomena. There is also, as I said, a challenge in enhancing capacity of labor inspectors. The labor inspectors, there is no designed and well-articulated training for labor inspections. So I think this has also been already under process to be formulated. Next slide. So, so I would like to briefly highlight the key steps taken so far to design the labor inspection action management system. The first was to step was conducting the labor inspection action management system, which is one of the key important things that is done by the Ethiopian government, and that was with this specific system. So in Ethiopia, as in much of the rest of the world, achieving compliance requires looking beyond the traditional enforcement model, reactive and routine inspection, towards a strategic compliance model. Proactive, targeted, and tailored intervention engaged multiple stakeholders, Technical support has been provided to build the labor inspectors through the development and implementation of strategic compliance plan. The program targeted with this Vision Zero Fund targeted 5 regions: Amhara, Addis Ababa, Oromia, Southern Nation and Nationalities Peoples regions, and Tigray. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, and including the Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. The strategic compliance plan is a tool that helps labor inspectors to plan their inspection in an informed way, considering their limited resource. So that this project introduced this strategic compliance planning. It is one of solutions against our limitation of resources. Then the other is continuous education mechanisms for labor inspectors. As I have been introducing you, that our labor inspection offering both in terms of coverage and in terms of capacity. So one of the solutions given by this Vision Zero Fund is continuous education system for labor inspection system. The program also provides an online training for the ministry and bureau level. There is a training package already been for implementation and launching. Then the training opportunity for labor inspectors in midst of infrastructure problems is therefore it is an offline virtual training is already been developed. This offline virtual classroom will be already been distributed to zonal, waradas, and sub-city level labor inspectors. And I hope it will create to boost this uneven implementation capacity of our labor inspectors to the same level. So labor inspection action management system is also a new moving to the labor inspection action management system. I would like to start by saying a well-conceptualized, designed, developed, and implemented and maintained labor inspection action management system provided unparalleled opportunities to make labor inspectorates more efficient, effective, and strategic in their planning. It is for this reason that the government of Ethiopia through the ministry is effectively working with Vision Zero Fund to design and develop this system. So the system is going well. We need to finalize it. Next slide, please. Yes. Yes. So the key steps taken through this is the first step was, as I said, conducting labor inspection action management system assessment. ILO technical specialists conducted the assessment and it is reviewed the feasibility of and provides recommendation for the development of waste-based business process management system. After the assessment, the next step was mapping of the labor inspection procedure workflow of the 5 targeted regions and the ministry. This hopefully it will be scale up to the rest of the regions. And the methodology followed by this was consultative and participatory, primary and secondary data was collected. The primary data was gathered through one-to-one interview, group interview, observations of inspectors during their inspection, and on-site validation of draft procedural workflow maps of labor inspection in each region. The enforcement procedures in relation to workflow conditions. By the way, this assessment also tell us some of how the implementation of the national labor law varies from one area to the other. So the enforcement procedure in relation to working condition, occupational safety and health, hazardous work site accident investigation and work stoppage, complete work site closures were thoroughly mapped. The next logical step is to map the workflow is validation. In this process, the already came together to discuss the mapping procedural workflow, focusing on deviance of among the different bureaus. They scrutinize what is required by law from what is done in practice. So there are gaps here, and took learning from the best practice and included what is required in the law to unlimited validate a standard procedural workflow for the labor inspectorate that will be translated into labor inspection action management system. After completion of this log and important step, the development of wireframed mock-up of the future web application followed a user-centered design process was the next step. This step showed us what the labor inspection action management function would like before investing the development of the actual system. So already a consultant was hired to develop it and have been closely examined by the ministry and Ministry of Innovation and Technology, which is responsible for such e-service. This work will eventually serve as a base to develop the web application at a later stage. I think this can be scaled up to the others. So the next slide is that one. And
for 2 minutes, Mr. Ricardo. Well done so far.
Okay. So the next slide, please. Yeah. Even though the so the ultimate goal of the fully functional labor inspection management system is, even though just to strengthen the capacity, the efficiency of labor inspectors to carry out and follow up the inspection, improve the quality of workplace compliance monitoring. As you know, the labor administration of any country, the quality is measured. One is by the quality of the labor inspection. So this will enable the government to just boost the inspection system to more qualified way. And then analyze also, it also fills the gap of, the data that is already been, as I said, shortage of reporting. So it is with this that we are closely working with the Vision Zero Fund, which is under the project. Next slide. So when we measure the significant contributions from this development is define some inspection procedures. It is one of the key tools to harmonize the labor inspection system of the country. As I told you, unlike other laws in the country, the labor law is a national law. So if it has a different implementation, then it has also a drastic effect to the ensuring the decent work deficits of the labor. So it contributes the creation of procedures for procedural gaps. There are different variations in the procedures, so this will feel that contributed standardization of the labor inspection system is a very important one. And the last slide.
So that was the last slide, Mr. Ricardo. You can just now wrap it up in a minute.
Yes. So I think working with this in our labor administration, particularly the fruits of, where the one who tastes the fruits of the Vision Zero Fund as a country, and we will scale up to our another focus area of the agricultural system, that majority of the workforce is already been under the process. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope my colleagues from workers and employers may complement what I'm just saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ficado. That was very enriching, and for sure to succeed in ensuring that there's compliance, the aspect of strengthening the labor inspectorate is very important. But of course, there are two players in this case. We have employers, we have workers, and for sure would want to hear responses from the employers and from the workers. Allow me at this point in time to call upon Mr. Dawit to also share his reflections on the work that the Ministry of Labor has done through the engagement of the Vision Zero Fund. Mr. Dawit.
Thank you, Evans. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So as employers organization have a very vested interest in strong labor inspection systems. And we know that a poor regulatory framework and lack of compliance with national legislation, as well as with international core labor standard, can generate concern in the labor market. A strong labor inspectorate, which ensures compliance with national laws, is an attractive feature for national and international business that value their reputation as responsible global citizens. Labor inspection plays an important role in protecting employers' rights, ensuring health and safety at the workplace and combating unsafe working environments, preventing breaches of employment protection rules, and promoting fair and socially responsible economic growth. So the importance of drawing up national action plan for strengthening labor inspection mechanism, like what ILO as Vision Zero Fund is supporting in Ethiopia, is happening at the right time in our national industrialization journey. Labor inspectorates have a vital role to play in prevention and monitoring, and also help to enhance expertise and information provision for employers at company level. In a rapidly developing economy like Ethiopia, changes are inevitable in working activities and workplace. It is important that aspects of labor inspectors remain up to date, and employers' organizations have a key role to play in influencing government on all aspects of modernization and digitalization of the labor inspection practice. The benefit of new technologies of labor inspection should also ensure adequate safeguard for data protection, privacy, and the commercial confidentiality of enterprises. As employers, we know that a proper application of labor legislation depends on an effective labor inspectors. Labor inspectors examine how national labor standards are applied in the workplace and advise employers on how to improve the application of national law in such areas as working time, wage, occupational safety and health, and child labor. In addition, we acknowledge that labor inspectors bring to the notice of national authorities gaps and defects in national law. They play an important role in ensuring that labor law is applied equally to all employers and workers in workplace. In a nutshell, we as employers believe that having an effective labor inspection action management system benefits our members in numbers of ways. Without an effective labor inspection system, we know that occupational accidents and illness, absenteeism, abuse of workers, and labor disputes can be very high.
Secondly, to enhance productivity and economic development, having an effective labor management system is a key. Third, an effective labor inspection system contributes to reduced cost of doing business and in turn contributes to national economic development. So this is what we see as benefits the labor inspection action management system will bring to the labor market in the country. So in conclusion, our hope is that employers will see that the labor inspection action management system, which ILO through Vision Zero Fund is developing with the Ministry of Labor, will help enterprise identify within their firm a decent work deficit and with which impede growth and productivity. We remain committed to working with ILO and Vision Zero Fund under SRAI program, which means My Job program, through our participation in the Project Advisory Committee headed by the Minister of Labor and engagement in the technical working group of the program on specific work to promote enhancement of labor inspection practice in Ethiopia. Thank you very much. Evans, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dawit. Well spoken, and for sure, employers need to see the benefit in the role that the labor inspection action management system will actually play and also bring in place. And lastly, from the workers, and for sure, when we talk about occupational safety and health, we are looking at the safety of the workers. So it's important at this point in time to also hear the voice from the workers' representative. I hand over to you, Mr. Anderson, to make your remarks. You can unmute your mic. Okay, we are on now. Over to you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Evans, since he introduced me. Who am I? Anyway, I am Angesom Gebreyohannes. I am the president of the Industrial Federation of Textile, Garment, and Leather Workers Trade Union in Ethiopia. Well, I really thank you very much since you invite me to put or to say a few words concerning to OSH condition of Ethiopia, particularly in the garment and in the textile sector in Ethiopia. First of all, I would like to appreciate the panelists who present us about the value chain effects, the barriers, the limitation, and any other activities that are presented ahead of time, because I can say that it is the same act that are observing here in Ethiopia. Before I pass to my comments, I would like to appreciate or to thank the policy of the government, especially in attracting the foreign investors in the garment and in the garment and in the textile sector, since they are providing different incentive schemes. Currently, a number of investors are coming and investing in the sector, especially in the industrial park. Because of this, a number of workers are getting job opportunities, especially again, the female workers. Because in a country where there are a big number of population, unless and otherwise the youth are able to get a job, perhaps it may be a very fear for the government. If I say this, a number of points are already raised by Brother Fakadu and by Mr. Dawit, my immediate boss. Well, all the points is almost is the same. The points that are raised by both of them is the same that I would like to present it. being workers, most of the time we are focusing on the challenges or on the limitation of the implementation of OSH. Therefore, I would like to focus only on the limitation or on the implementation of OSH, especially in the garment sector. Well, I am sure that Brother Dawit may not feel but by presenting the first comment, most of the time our employers consider supplying PPE or OSH policies in a factory, considers as if that they are giving a benefit to our worker. By its very nature, it's a must to supply PPE to workers. Unless and otherwise we do have a healthy worker, we can't expect productivity at a factory level. But I'm sure that most of our employers consider that supplying PPE or respecting OSH policy considers as if that they are supplying benefits to our worker, but it's not. Therefore, this is the first limitation that we are observing, especially in the garment and in the leather sector. Second, yes, Brother Fakadu already stated it earlier. Even though our labor proclamation, especially the new amended labor proclamation, gives a unique power to the labor inspectors, but when you come to the ground, it's not yet implemented. There is a nice or excellent policy of labor law in our country now, but the labor inspectors are not implemented it properly. So that I can say that there is a poor labor management system in implementing the labor inspection. It's the same what Brother Dawit is already stated there. Second, there is no safety committee. In most of our factories, there is no safety committee. Even if there are safety committees in some factories, they are not functional properly. There is a big bureaucratic activities that are made from the management side in order not to implement those safety committees at workplace. The other one is there is no real statistical data about the injuries that are occurred in factories. Because of this, we are not able to make a dialogue or to make a certain development actions in injuries. Even with the existence of COVID-19, there are factories where they were not able to supply PPE materials to our workers, practically. And because of this, most of our time we spent with making a social dialogue in supplying these safety materials. Therefore, as Brother Dawit comments, with the Vision Zero fund, we expect the ILO office in Addis Ababa to cooperate with us in implementing this activity or this dream in making it practical by applying excellent labor inspection management. This is in short that I would like to give comments on the OSH policy. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. And for sure, as workers, we always have issues to put on the table. And yes. in Ethiopia being the origin of coffee, most of the issues raised are always discussed over coffee. So thank you very much, Mr. Fakadu, Mr. Dawit, Mr. Anderson, for sharing your sentiments on the importance of strengthening occupational safety and health through digitalization of labor inspection information and knowledge management system. This has been the theme of our discussion. And for listeners, I know you do have a lot of questions. Please post your questions on the question and answer platform. These questions will be answered and further discussed with a panel of presenters that have shared information from Ethiopia. So thank you very much once again, and I hand over back to you, Ana Catalina. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Evans. We are running out of time, so I will have 2 questions for the panelists, one for the panelists from Madagascar, another one from the panelists of Ethiopia. I will start with our panelists from Madagascar. Et donc, dans vos interventions, vous avez fait référence à d'autres acteurs relatifs à la santé et sécurité au travail et à la chaîne de valeur qui sont aussi importantes pour avancer dans l'agenda de la santé et sécurité au travail. Et je voudrais que vous partagez avec nous selon votre vision, quels seraient ces acteurs et comment on pourrait assurer une meilleure coordination. Je veux vous demander d'être très bref, 1 minute par panéliste, s'il vous plaît. Alors, on peut commencer avec Anitra.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Ana Catalina. Les acteurs, sûrement, c'est bien sûr les médecins du travail, les acteurs peuvent être aussi les agents de la Caisse nationale de prévoyance sociale, mais aussi les partenaires sociaux qui pourront travailler avec nous pour une meilleure implémentation d'une politique de SST à Madagascar. Et évidemment, on aimerait aussi travailler avec les groupements de travailleurs, les syndicats de travailleurs et les groupements d'employeurs. Ce serait l'idéal si nous pouvons tous travailler ensemble avec un point focal qui permettra de coordonner toutes ces activités. Ce serait peut-être beaucoup mieux encore que les résultats que nous avons obtenus depuis 2 ans déjà.
Merci beaucoup, Anitra. Je passe maintenant la parole à Béatrice, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci. Je rejoins ce qu'a dit Anitra. Effectivement, les partenaires sociaux seront présents et nous sommes engagés justement sur ça, notamment le GFP. Et je pense que nous pouvons aller au-delà avec justement notre groupement d'employeurs qui est le plus représentatif et qui couvre beaucoup plus de secteurs. Et je pense qu'un partenariat positif et constructif ne serait que la bienvenue. Donc, nous ne pouvons que nous réjouir que l'inspection du travail travaille sur cela et que nous associe dans toutes leurs démarches pour que nous puissions justement prendre les dispositions nécessaires et aussi les accompagner pour que nos entreprises justement leur soient accessibles.
Merci beaucoup. Et finalement, Monsieur Boutoudi, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Anna, de me donner la parole. En fait, c'est que nous aimerions étendre l'intervention du projet VZF plutôt dans les secteurs informels. Il y a beaucoup à faire. Il y a l'agriculture, les pêches et les artisanats. Et surtout, ces secteurs-là n'ont pas encore bien organisé par rapport à l'organisation des travailleurs. Ça mérite encore une grande tâche et ça fait partie déjà des plans d'action qu'on a déjà préparés lors de la dernière activité avec le projet VZF. On a élaboré ces plans d'action. Ainsi, jusqu'à présent, le projet ne concerne que les textiles et la construction avec les secteurs informels, quelques parties des secteurs informels. Là, nous aimerions qu'on va étendre encore avec d'autres secteurs comme les autres secteurs industriels et les agroalimentaires, puisque la question de santé et sécurité touche beaucoup des secteurs des travailleurs et on devrait avoir étendre géographiquement, puisqu'actuellement on n'a que quelques régions, 2 ou 3 régions sur les 22 régions de Madagascar. On aura aussi besoin de les étendre par rapport aux autres régions. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boutoudi. J'aimerais passer. I want to turn over to our panelist from Ethiopia, Mr. Gebru. In your presentation, you have mentioned the complementarity of actions between the ILO and the VZF, the other ILO actions and the VZF, which is quite interesting because the ILO is putting in place the One ILO initiative in Ethiopia to ensure a coordinated approach to tackle all the different decent work deficits. So my questions for you three panelists is how do you perceive that integrating occupational safety and health in your different agendas can contribute to progress towards other objectives of the decent work agenda in a larger sense? Maybe I can start with Mr. Gebru, please. Please, I would remember to be brief, 1 minute per panelist.
Okay, I will stick to your timetable, and for the interest of time, I will be very brief. As you have just mentioned, the addressing the issue of occupational safety and health is not the issue. It is not the issue of the employers, or it is not the issue of the government. It is not the issue of the worker as well. It needs a very integrated and concerted effort by all stakeholders to address the deficits of our decent work deficit. So the integrated approach, particularly if you, I didn't get time in my presentation to just brief you about our inspection system. The inspection system tries to balance the advisory and enforcement role in a very balanced way. So complementation by such one ILO project with our labor inspection system, which focuses on the 3 pillars of the work, the employers, workers, and the government, it may scale up. It may just fill some of the gaps. We have been suffering for so many just in our careers, like the deficits of underreporting and also different implementation approach of our labor inspectors. So this integrated approach, which addresses employers, workers, and at the same time the government, will fill the gap in a very efficient way. So we have been sharing all the, or recognizing all the challenges that have been even in your presentation. So that will be felt by such kind of, not with a piecemeal approach, but with a very integrated approach. So that will be a plus for our labor administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gebru. I would like to hear now from Mr. David.
Thank you, Anna, for the question. And I'll take it this way. So doing a work is like playing a big symphony with big orchestra. So the integration there in playing symphony has also a very big major role in coordinating and integrating doing or solving a problem within the tripartite. So the integration of coming with the workers, with the government, and we as employers to the table and checking the deficit of the social protection and the disputes in the industrial peace and so on and so forth, has also a big impact in exercising even to solve our issues at a national level through this basic integration. So because Mr. Fakadu is here and Mr. Anderson, my partner, is here, I'm not your boss, I'm your partner. So we do have a very good integrated system, not only to solve the problems at a textile, at a farm level, but also to bring this integration even to a higher level and solve a bigger problem at a national level. So this has got a very good basic component of bringing three of us together as a social dialogue to challenge anything that will happen in Ethiopia. Thank you, Anna, and now back to you.
Thank you very much for all the panelists and for your presentations and your enlightening responses to the questions. It's very difficult to try to wrap up all what we have learned from you today. But I would maybe emphasize on one message. The message that a systematic approach to occupational safety and health is necessary to ensure sustainable compliance. Yes, your experiences and have shown us that buyers' requirements and national regulation can influence putting in place some measures, and also to put OSH into your agendas, but they definitely need to be complemented by a system approach that considers the different actors, the coordination and the collaboration between them, as well as the different infrastructures that can contribute to OSH improvement. Also, I think it's important to mention the advantage and the benefits of capacity building in terms of occupational safety and health. Not only capacity building of public institutions, but also capacity building of of the social partners, workers and employers organizations. What we have seen from your experience is that these create a domino effect, if I may say, in terms of the interest and awareness that it can have on occupational safety and health. And not only in one of the parts of the chain, but also extended the benefits to other parts of the chain. I would like now to hand over to my colleague, Bernard Faux, who is also going to give us some final remarks on behalf of the ILO Vision Zero Fund country office in Madagascar. Over to you, Bernard, and thank you very much to our panelists and participants for being today with us. Over to you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for your final words. I join you perfectly about what you say. We need a systematic approach to improve OSH condition at all the level, both at the national level, at the enterprise level. It's very important that all the effort that are being put in place with all the stakeholders, we need to share this. We need to share the result in order to valorize what all the participants and all the actors are doing. So it's very good that the ILO and the VCDF decide to have this event, which make all the stakeholders at the different places of the world to share their experience. It's an innovative approach, and that put an emphasis about what is going and what is doing around the world to improve OSH in the global supply chain. And I would like to, on behalf of ILO, VCDF, and all the country office, I would like to thank all the participants, all our panelists for their time and their participation, and I invite them to take care and to stay safe wherever they are. Thank you very much and see you soon, I hope. Bye-bye.
Good night from Ethiopia.
Thank you from Madagascar. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.